I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hey guys, again. I feel like we just saw you guys all. Hey Karen, hello. How are you? Again, thank you. Like, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, okay.
But I said, oh, hello.
I know. Today, people keep saying, I can't hear you. Oh, great. I got it muted. Instead of hitting that one, I hit this one. Anyways, again, thank you guys for joining the live. We did the one earlier. It's unscheduled lives. And, you know, us, we're just YOLO on this channel. Pretty chill about what we do, but we're very serious about true crime and the families, of course, of the missing and the murdered. And obviously, in the earlier live, there we showed some leaked video and a message. The message was from 10 to Life. That's another TikTok user had put on her TikTok, but we're not saying that the audio was from 10 to Life. That was separate, but yet I combined it just so I could run it together. So again, and we will put out the same thing. Hi, Sheppy Mom. Hello. Thank you for becoming a member earlier, and appreciate all the new subs that are joining as well. And before we get into anything, I do want to share the screen for a sec. And we wish to congratulate CD. So CD is a friend of ours. He is a retired police officer. His channel is Analysis of a Crime with CD. And CD just achieved 4,000 subscribers.
Woohoo.
I know. So woohoo. Congratulations.
He may join us later if he gets a chance. I sent him the link, and he said if he can, he will. So, you know, we get it. He's got little kids he's putting him to bed, but if he can, he will.
CD is absolutely a family man, first and foremost.
Absolutely.
Then he's a Sunny fan, second and foremost. And then you guys can pick out your whatever pecking order you got after that. But anyways, so very much appreciate CD. He's like us. Just tell it like it is. You know, be truthful and transparent, and be real and genuine.
Right.
And so we love CD and some others for that.
And he's kind of a DILF.
He's a for a DILF.
Kind of a DILF.
A DILF.
A little bit of a DILF.
Is that what it is?
A little bit.
Hey, Lewis. Lewis is with us right now as well. So we're just congratulating CD on 4,000 subscribers, Lewis.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Yeah. I think I just dropped his channel there.
So did I.
Oh, I think I beat you. Haha, in your face.
Oh, wait, CD heard me say that. Uh-oh.
Did he say, oh, really? You weren't supposed to say it while he was in here. So.
Okay. I thought you were putting your kids to bed.
Right?
It's just that sharp new haircut.
Yeah, go put your kids to bed. Let's do some quick welcomes, of course. Hey, Ray Jones, how are you? Brett, I like how, Ray, you're first to like. Nice. Please, if you could give this live a like and a share, we really could use some help with the algorithm. That the likes really do help. And of course, sharing means that more people will see the video to like it, but it does help. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Brett Decker's in the house. Callie's in the house. Remy Stuff's in the house. Austin, hello, Austin. Callie. Love you, girl. Hope you're feeling better. It's a Criming Shames in the house. Diamond Eyes, thank you, Diamond Eyes. Again, there is a 360 virtual video I put out on this channel. So if you want to check that out, it's really good. If you want to feel like you're inside of the house, and it has some video pop-ups and picture pop-ups and all the different things. It's pretty cool. Hey, Rose. Stefano, how are you? Good evening. Is Alexa going to be on your panel? I'm not sure about tonight. I sent her an invite if she wants to. But you know, she doesn't like to be used and abused or I shouldn't say that. Alexa joins definitely when she can. And she has children as well. CD's in the house. Who's CD? Who's that guy? Who's CD? Krista Cole, welcome. And let's see what else we got. What else? JD's in the house. And of course, as we're doing this, like I said, there's people that will be coming in and stuff. So just chill for a sec. Hit that like button for us as we just give our hellos to any new subscribers. Hey, Adam. At least you don't have ice in that cup.
Oh, never.
Never. I know. There's nothing more annoying when someone's...
I mean, I'm never going to admit what it is.
Yeah. Oh, darn it. Darn it. You're right. I needed something for my Pepsi. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Jill Moser.
Sadly, this is actually just tea, but...
Mm-hmm. Is that boring? Okay.
But
Terrence
this one...
So I've got ice if you need it.
Wait, what do you have?
Ice.
Oh, yeah, I know. Sometimes when people have ice in their drinks and you hear it like it's like right in your ears, it's
in the metal cup?
The worst sounds. Yeah, in a metal cup, yeah.
You might as well be like chewing gum, really like, you know.
Yeah, so you never know that I've got lots of ice because I don't shake the cup when I talk, and I mute if I pour drinks into it. So.
Okay. All right. 1 second. Let me get through the people here. Carrie's in the house. Then we'll come back and we'll talk about One-Eyed Jack for a second there. Peter, welcome. Oops, sorry, I scrolled up too far. Let's see here. Got Diamond Eyes, got Krista. I think I said Peter already. If I didn't, hello. Melissa's in the house. Joni, how are you, Joni? And I'm just kind of Jerry, Patricia, Trent, how are you? We're doing good. We're living the dream as always.
Always.
When we getting to the leaked video? Oh, GMF3. Well, GMF3, if you truly want to get to the leaked video, go watch the live that ended about an hour ago, and you can watch that one. You know, we will play it again, of course, right? You can go back to that one if you so desire. If you're in a rush or just want to hear it, just feel free to go back to that live. Hi, Tammy. How are you? And then there's Nicole. Oh, I guess I should hit stop screen. I think there's a little bit of a lag there. And so if anyone doesn't know who this is Lewis. Lewis, just give for anyone that doesn't know who you are, because there is some new subscribers, just give a little bit about what you've done and about yourself for a minute and why you have a patch on your eye, of course.
Well, the patch seems to be the topic of conversation every time I'm on, so I'll give a quick on that. I started having some issues about 2 weeks ago being able to focus, and somehow one of the nerves in my right eye is not properly functioning. We don't know if it's permanent or not, but in order for me to focus, I need to cover one eye so I can see one picture instead of two at the same time. And it's kind of disturbing for you guys because that right eye is not moving right, so it looks kind of goofy on camera. So I'm wearing the patch more for visual aspect right now because I'm not moving. But yeah, it's unknown as to what's going on, and hopefully I get an update soon. And I periodically jump on here with Sonny every now and then because I've got some ideas, mainly from Delphi, but it's morphed into some other things. And sometimes I've got a different outlook, or sometimes I like to bring up an outlook that no one else is looking at just for conversation, whether I agree with it or not. But yeah, I'm here just for the backside chatter.
Okay. And he okay, but tell me a little bit about, tell him a little bit about your past, of your work history and what you're.
Okay. I've had some law school. I've done some internships in the DA's office for a few years. I decided to do a career change back then because I didn't care for what I thought was the right side of the law, the way they handled cases. And it really wasn't as important as to whether you were guilty or innocent. It was all about numbers in the press. And I didn't like the fact that the DA would take people with petty crimes and prosecute them to the max just because they needed a number, because these more dangerous criminals were giving information and need to be cut deals. So because of such a enlightening aspect, once I worked in the office, I decided I want to do something different. And I moved out to Indiana from New York and went to work for Chrysler, and I've been in the auto business since right before COVID.
Yeah. Diamond Eyes, I disagree. Lewis, okay, I agree and I disagree. Lewis is very bright, but can you really beat the sun? Can you? Come on, right? Adam's trying to back behind him, be bright like the bright light over there too, but I'm pretty sure Sunny is the brightest one in the room, or maybe you.
It's kind of hard to understand because you're a daughter, not a son. I'm a son, you're a daughter, and yet you're brighter than the sun.
You can be the sun. You can be the sun. I'll be the sparkle.
You're princess.
I'll be the glitter.
Princess. No, that's the Alexa. Alexa's glitter. Deb's the notebook.
I would have to say Adam is more like a shooting star because he constantly comes on and off screen.
That's a good one. So why do you have the toilet jail cell behind you? As someone asked.
I think I selected the wrong background because I can't see what I'm doing.
All I'm picturing
that was a background we were doing the thing on Greeno. So I put that in my cluster of pictures to pick from. I think I hit the wrong one when it came on, but.
Oh no, it looks like you're in a jail cell, and make sure you say hi to Greeno for us while you're there.
I'm doing my time peacefully.
Okay.
We would never be able to see Greeno at that height level. He could be standing on tiptoes and we'd barely see him.
Okay. So we want to start off again by saying that, trigger warning to this live again. If anyone is not comfortable listening to the audio or listening to the message that 10 for Life had read that someone put on their TikTok, then you guys know how to exit this channel as well as you know how to enter it. So if you feel uncomfortable, feel free to leave. And if you want to feel comfortable enough to hang with us and want to listen to it, then stay. Obviously, this is a very tragic event. Nonetheless, the audio is out there. However, it got shared or leaked, if it is an official audio, like if it is the true audio from that home. And I do want to give you again a little bit of a bird's eye view on that home. Okay. So, and I need to correct myself from the last live. On Google Maps, I had my thing turned the wrong way, northwest. Okay. So this is the house right here with the camera, the Ring doorbell cam. Okay. This here is obviously the 1122 King Road, where obviously bad things happened. So let's just say that. And so this camera here, which is right here, okay, is that camera that's there. So that is now back there. They had originally took it, and either they bought a new one or returned it. Whatever happened, who knows? But this is Zaina and Ethan's room right here. Right beside this is where Murphy the dog would have been locked in that, or the door was closed in this room here. Okay, so obviously you guys, I just wanted to give you guys the feel of the distance from where this is to where the home is, which they're saying is approximately 50 feet. So I just wanted to give you that clear view of when you're hearing it. That's where it's picking up from. The most part of this audio is going to be towards the end. Let me put it this way. I didn't have enough time, right, Lewis? I didn't have enough time to complete what I was trying to do, Lewis.
Yeah.
And so when I went to go back to listen to my recording, who called me on Messenger during that?
Me.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think my recording picked up? And I had to re-record it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Was not happy because I literally was listening to it thinking somebody else was calling me again. And then I realized it was in the audio track. But it's not your fault. You didn't know, but I had to go re-record it. And there just isn't enough time right now. So CD has one out. We have the one from
I have mine out as well.
yeah. Which one?
The audio.
You talk about the clipping one?
I have all three of them out.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about on? Okay, just sorry, Adam. Are you talking about? Is it on your channel, or are you talking about that it's in the Messenger? Okay, all right. So on Adam's channel there, and okay now. I think that this should be fine now. I think, and if not, then CloudBot, whatever. Because I think what it was that when I logged into It's a Criming Shame email thing, it kind of flips it over. And if it's not working, then whatever, CloudBot. I don't know why it's Lewis, it's on. My CloudBot is on.
Yes.
So I don't know why it's acting up again. For no reason. Like it's literally
we'll have to go through and troubleshoot that.
It's just so annoying. So annoying.
Do you have another bot on?
No.
Okay.
No.
Can you go into your bot settings while you're on here, or you want to mess with it later?
My bot settings?
Bot settings.
Yeah. Maybe at some point. I'd have to care enough, and
like where you can adjust the settings for how many minutes between coming in and all that. I think that's where we started last time. We realized the error was just the off, but
yeah. I'm just gonna leave it. I thought it would be fine right now. Obviously, it's not, and I'm obviously not going to care enough. But it just sucks because the only thing it's picking up is when somebody subscribes. It's not doing its links. It's not whatever. But whatever. Okay, whatever.
Quickly, I just saw it for 2007 whistleblowers. So the audio that was picked up was from their Ring doorbell. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were awoken by this or that they even were aware of it. When law enforcement arrived at that scene, I guarantee you one of the very first things they saw as they approached that area was that camera outside of that house. And once they downloaded the information off of it, they got that information. We don't know that the occupants of that house were even aware of it. They may have been. They may have turned it over, but it doesn't mean that they woke up or had any idea that it was happening. So, again, it's just more speculation, but I wouldn't put any weight on the neighbors not calling 911.
I mean, we're talking about 4:00 in the morning.
Even in a college town. I mean, they could have been up, whatever, but they could have been playing music. They could have been doing their own thing.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously they're up because you're hearing the voices coming from within them as well, or somebody's out. No one's out, probably outside, but it's probably their voices mixed with the other one is what I would assume. Might have caught the car. Yeah, it did catch the car. Austin. Like they have cameras in this from that's why they said that the car 3 times did a pass by of the place. So the first clip I'm going to do is the original one I played earlier. So one where 10 for Life speaks, and then it's going to go into the more muffled audio. But I'm just going to do this in sequence as for tonight. And again, if you have any issues listening to it, please leave. If it's
trigger warning.
Trigger you, and if you can handle it and you want to handle it, of course, stay and listen, and then we'll look and see what people's thoughts are still about it. So I'm going to play the first one, which is 5 minutes long. I'm just going to let it play out. So, and then we'll go into some other ones. And then again, see what you guys hear, okay? And then we'll get into other topics as well. I'm muting, guys. Okay. And so let me do that for sec stop screen. Present. Nope, I don't want to do that. I want to go file. Okay. And we'll see you in about 6 minutes.
Now, in regards to the text that I mentioned earlier and that information, as I mentioned, this was somebody who is very close to me, who I trust wholeheartedly, and this person is good friends with someone very close to the investigation. So this person shared some text screenshots with me that contain some pretty horrific details that not only we haven't heard before, but that make this case make a lot more sense. And I don't want to say the case itself and why this happened, but certain details we've heard along the way, it starts to kind of tie it all together a little bit more, for me at least. I want to warn you, these details are graphic and very disturbing. Also, as always, do your own research, because until this is officially tied back to the affidavit once it's released, it is all alleged at this point. But this message says, "My sister's best friend from college is married to an FBI agent. He was one of the first FBI agents allowed at the scene in Moscow. Apparently, the murderer's knife sheath was found under the body of Ethan. They were able to find DNA on the sheath and sent it to 23andMe. A cousin of the killer, aka Bryan, has done 23andMe, so they were able to somehow then link it to Bryan. That, plus a cat, happened to be taking a pee and set off a nearby Ring camera, which is where they were able to see the Hyundai Elantra, which of course the suspected killer drove. They then tracked him to Pennsylvania, where he was home on winter break with family, and agents posed as garbage men and went through the family's garbage to find DNA and confirm the DNA match. From the text message my sister received from the FBI agent, apparently it is one of the most gruesome crime scenes he's ever been a part of. Ethan's legs were sliced all the way down to the hamstrings. One of the girls was stabbed 54 times and beaten so badly that every bone in her face was broken and so sunken in that she was unrecognizable. One of the cops said that one of the girls in the basement who survived went by the staircase and she thought it was Ethan and yelled at him to shut the fuck up, but it was actually the killer. The killer then left after he saw her, but she didn't know it was him, though, at the time."
That is now war, right?
Okay, so that was what was originally played at the start, and what Adam had sent to me. So this was from someone's TikTok again, not to associate 10 to life for the audio, just for the part that you've seen for 10 to life there. So I'm also going to go over to CD's channel, and I'm going to play CD's footage. I'm also going to go and play the other link from the captain earlier. He did take his video down, just so you know, but still allowed to play the audio. He said it was okay. That's correct, right, Adam?
Yeah. He told me I could play the audio. Yes.
Okay. And then you said you had some on yours. We'll just play it a few different ways.
But mine is a compilation of them together. All I put them all together. Back to back.
Okay. Well,
you're more than welcome to play it as well.
Well, let's go over to CDs right now. Does it have this one on it as well on yours? And then
CDs is the original that I had originally as well. So
okay. So I know. Bottom line is that right? So anyone watching this live right now, again, sometimes you have to, close one part of your brain. It's right when you're listening to this stuff, because no matter how many times we hear this, you feel like you're right there listening to poor Ethan, like screaming, whatever it is exactly he's screaming, but you know that this is real. This happened. Families, lives were lost. Families are hurt and pain. It's awful. And so obviously we're always aware of that. And that's why, again, it's one of those things. If you want to stay, stay. If you don't want to hear it, then advisory to leave, of course. But again, we're just going to play some of them in different ways, and you can decide what you think you're hearing. And so I'm going to go over to the CDs now. I'll do that one next. And so
absolutely.
I think this is CDs right here. I think this is it. Okay, let me just mute myself.
Now we're right.
Four University of Idaho students were brutally murdered. Surveillance cameras in the neighborhood.
Come back on for a second. Okay, so now I'm gonna bring up Howdy's clip, which you should be able to hear clear. He took the noise sounds out of the background, and so I'm gonna play that one. And again, we'll discuss it. What you guys think you're exactly hearing. Either way. So give me 1 second. Let me. I think I have it open here. Let me just find it again. Oh, there it is. Okay. So on that one. Oh, sorry, guys. Adam. 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 Whoops. Ah.
Yes.
Whoops. I don't think that recorded too well. It didn't come off. Did you guys really hear anything on that one?
It's hard to tell from my phone, but it didn't sound real clear.
No, it didn't. I mean, I was waiting for the part at the end there, but yeah, and if you don't think so, I think that they are, PJ, myself. I think a lot of us do. Just because now don't forget too that when Ten to Life was spoke, for instance, and this isn't about the audio, this is about when she spoke. I just want to remind people that that's prior to the affidavit coming out. So we know that the sheath wasn't underneath Ethan, it was underneath Maddie. But as for the audio, that's again on a TikTok users thing that had the 10 for life as well as the audio clips. So I'm gonna go to my own window for a sec. And 1 second here. And I'm just gonna play because honestly, a lot of that stuff you're gonna hear a few little words. Like I'm pretty sure I heard the name Austin, but Austin could have very well lived in that blue house on there, because it's like you're getting you're the house with the camera obviously had people in it. So you're probably picking up those voices, and then it's picking up other voices that are being heard as well. So let me just go to my mixed master thing here. I'll just play it. Let's see. I'll just play it from this part. No. Hold on. Okay, one more time. And there's a couple times you guys where you guys hear like a dog barking. That's in there when you hear the rough part of a dog.
Yeah, that's Murphy.
Yeah, that's Murphy. Okay, I'm gonna hit that last part one more time. Okay, now I'm gonna go to this one. I'm just gonna go to this one for a sec. Okay. Stop screen. Start count. Oops, bring us back on. I'm there. Well, that's just the thing, is that they could have easily have been up who dis, because remember, it's their camera outside picking it up. Not to say that they're hearing it, because maybe they're all talking away and whatever inside their home, perhaps at the Blue House. And again, just to bring it into a little bit of light here. Right here, obviously, is here. I'll do it this way. So you can see where the camera is, where it says 1112. At this point, the LE has it, the black camera. And so, which is this camera right there. Okay. So at this point, they don't have it. And then this is Zaina and Ethan, where they were sleeping that night. And Murphy would have been in this room here. So this home is northwest, and they said it's about 50 feet, where it picked up dog sounds and obviously audio to it. So that's just to give you that perspective. The Blue House was probably, well, I don't know who does it. Just for the simple fact of you can hear quite a few voices going on there. What do you guys think, Lewis, and that? Do you guys think that the people were up in there? I mean, there's some younger kids there, and
they may have been up. I did hear. I feel like I heard a little bit of like kind of noise that might have come from somewhere else. It could have been people like nearby the house walking around or something. We know there were people outside, like it is a college town, but I felt like there at the very beginning. I felt like there were some noises that may have come from within that house that the Ring doorbell was at, but I don't know.
It's possible they had the TV on and it was picking up that too.
Right. Right. And, because, I mean, there's lots of stuff that's illegible in there, but I mean, I think people kind of get the gist that if this isn't an official video, it's just a video that was put out there, obviously as well to go with the earlier part, not from the audio, but from when I first played the other one. A TikTok user had the first videos that you guys listened to that were more harder to hear, but 10 to Life. So I just put it all into one video. So again, it's not to say that 10 for Life is the one that had that video. Don't know, but she's the one that obviously you can tell because it's her face right there talking. That was reading about the text where we hear that Ethan's legs, his legs were sliced down his legs. And at the end of the day, it's just tragic. And again, I do want to say, to be honest with you, because shame on anyone, because this footage, if this is the footage, and it comes to be known that this is the footage from the crime, the crime scene, and they had this, and that somebody leaked it out, and I'm thinking it's not the people that were in the house that would have leaked it out, then shame on that person, and shame on the wife of the FBI agent for sharing things. well, shame on the FBI agent for sharing it, but we all know that.
We don't know that the FBI agent shared this. We just know. I mean,
no, the messages from 10
oh
to
yeah,
11.
oh yeah,
yeah.
But yeah, like. I mean, this could have easily come from, someone could have hacked into ring doorbell system. Someone could, someone from the house could have released it. We don't know.
Yeah. As for the
And
audio,
if it's Ring, they store that stuff to the cloud.
And so, there's something called a Ring doorbell community where you can actually make your Ring doorbell things public, so that people in your neighborhood, if there's an issue, they can access that stuff. And so it's a different app than the Ring doorbell one normally, but a lot of people use it because that way they can see if their neighbors' cameras caught things that they need to see.
Yeah.
So it's not a hard thing in the cloud to hack into if you really wanted to.
I mean, it's a big thing for people to stream live video from the cameras at their house too. There's all kinds of websites. So you have no idea if these people had that on a live stream also. I'm trying to figure out why it was picking up everything, and that's the only thing that makes sense.
The rumor is a cat triggered it when it went to pee.
Yeah, I know, but how unlikely is it the cat was constantly moving for that full amount of time? I mean, it's.
Well, you typically, I don't know if you know, this particular system it's actually not necessarily a Ring doorbell. It's a camera that goes into the light bulb, and there's typically when they trigger recording, they're usually preset to record for 30 seconds. You can alter the length of time they record for different times if you want, but they usually do in 30-second increments.
Know nothing about it myself, so I'm not going to even import myself on that one.
What's that?
I said I know nothing about that part of the.
Right.
It would be curious if they stream that to one of those sites, because that used to be a big thing. You can go on different websites and actually pick what cameras you wanted to look at all over the country. There's cameras set up at monuments. There's cameras set up at people's houses. And it's sort of like a big community type thing where people enjoy watching that. As long as that thing ran, I'm wondering if they had a service like that, which would make this available to more people to have than the police and the people that live there.
The research I did when I looked into this system, this type of system, is that they're not that advanced. They're like $30 or $40 usually, and they usually just record increments depending on the time you set them to record, and then the only time they're accessible by the cloud is if you actually go in and access the data. And who dis, like, she knows about these cameras as well. She can probably tell us more about it because she's familiar with that actual type of camera.
Okay, let's see here. Again, I don't know. Someone's saying it's get the F off. I think it's either let me up or it's. I'm hearing as well, like in a different audio when I was playing it, that he was screaming Zaina, Zaina. But it could be like maybe let me up or help me up but I just, again, you're just trying to kind of think what makes the most sense when you're using wording. The wind blowing my garden flag sets my Ring doorbell off on there. My neighbor's cat rings the doorbell at her house.
Yeah. We used to have a raccoon set ours off when I had a house with my ex. We would have a raccoon that would come eat the stray cat food that we would put out back, and the raccoon would set it off with making no noise, and so. Okay.
So let's go back a little bit to the timeline, and I'm gonna bring this up a little bit here, just to kind of go over this. So basically, it was said that he does a drive-by. His vehicle, the Elantra was seen at 4:04, passing by the camera. So if 404 means it was driving, I'll do this for a second. So 404 means he was driving by the camera. DoorDash happened at 4 o'clock, according to the affidavit. So if DoorDash happened at 4 o'clock, his vehicle drove by 3 times. That's on camera, the white Elantra. So my question was earlier in the other live, did he do pass-bys because he saw the DoorDash vehicle? Because obviously that's a very short window of time, 4 o'clock to 4:04. I mean, it could have been precision. Who knows? Or he could have drove by, because it drove by 3 times. If you drive by 3 times, you got to turn back around and whatever. So did he see the DoorDash vehicle pull up? And then at 4:04 was when he went, whatever, say parked, got out, went into the house, let's just say between 4:05, 4:07, somewhere in that vicinity. And then, so obviously picture him coming in through that back door, or the back, let's say it's a back sliding door. And he goes upstairs because hypothetically, let's say that one of the 2 girls up the top stairs is his target. That's where the sheath was truly found, was where Madison was, and not Ethan. But again, the stuff that tend to like, detail. Pardon? Yeah. The stuff that that was read by 10 to Life, that was given to her, was prior to the affidavit coming out. So if you go with that, then obviously that was pretty darn close to what came out in the affidavit, with, this fact that the sheath wasn't where Ethan was, but was where Maddie was on the 3rd floor. So he goes upstairs, and Maddie or Kaylee, one of the 2 is first, obviously. In our head, we kind of think of it like Maddie, then Kaylee, but either or, both those girls, of course, were murdered. And if you remember from what 10 to Life was saying, someone had 54 stab wounds, and to the point that the face, all the bones in the face were broken and unrecognizable. And so then obviously once he goes, say, downstairs, then we know that Dylan, actually, you know what, Lewis, you were reading this part, and tell everyone what your thoughts were and about this particular time.
Sure. Let me pull that up so I can actually look at it while I go over it with you.
Sure.
And just so people know, I've not done much looking into this. So when I looked at this today, I'm looking at it with fresh eyes. I've not really watched any videos on this case or done any research. So this was going into it blind.
Hence the eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But what it made it look like to me was he entered the house and went to the 3rd floor first. And I think what happened is once he was up there, that's when Dylan actually started hearing things, because there's a few different times where she opened her door or she made some comments. And reading the little synopsis I've got from her interaction with the police, it says she wakes up with what sounded like one of the girls playing with the dog upstairs. So what I'm assuming is that was probably what happened up in the 3rd floor bedroom going on, where he was attacking them. And she was probably in a pretty deep sleep, sort of nodded back off, and then wakes up when she says she hears somebody say there's somebody here. Now, my thoughts on that is that was Xana. She gets her food. She's either out in the kitchen area or by the bathroom. And when he comes into the house and goes upstairs, they miss each other somehow. But she's on that 2nd floor landing at some point, hears what's going on upstairs or sees somebody by the stairs. And then that's when I think she yells that there's somebody in the house. I think that's who you heard. I don't think it was one of the girls upstairs like they originally said. the police agreed that they think that was Xana that said that.
Well,
So
they
now
say,
at that point, I think what happens is he hears that, realizes that somebody saw him as he's coming down the stairs, and he makes it towards their room. My gut call is she was probably in the doorway to the room, and she yells to Ethan, that there's somebody here. This is just speculation. I think he approaches her from behind while she's at the door, and that's why Dylan hears what's going on. She's already closed the door though, and then she says she hears crying coming from Xana's room, followed by somebody saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, at the timeline of events, and from what I've seen so far, I think he probably attacked Xana while she was at the door. Some of the stuff you hear in those recordings, if that's accurate, is probably Ethan being surprised by this gentleman coming up behind Xana, and hers was probably quick. And then what you hear afterwards is his, altercation with Ethan. So that's my gut call from the little statement I've read from Dylan. I said it's a short statement. They broke it down into 4 parts. But if I was putting this together, looking at it blind like I was, I think he approached the house while she was getting her food in between either the bathroom or the kitchen, made his way upstairs. Dylan heard the confrontation up there, assumed it was the dog, sort of went back to bed, came back when she hears Xana yelling about somebody being in the house. And then from that point on, that's where the altercation takes place on the 2nd floor. And then when she opens that door up, she's probably still in her door. He's already gone through 4 people now, and his timeline is to get out of the building. And he probably runs right past her door and doesn't even notice that the door's open. My gut call is he came to take care of what was upstairs, and the 2 on the 2nd floor were casualties because he was seen.
That's pretty much how I kind of have it in my head as well. I think that Kaylee was the target myself because of the stalker thing, comments and stuff like that. And I think that she was the main one myself. But of course, Madison and Kaylee are in the bedroom. He probably shuts the door, goes into Kaylee's room, dog's in there, or something happened, whatever, puts a dog in the room, whatever point that happened. And regardless, Kaylee and Madison are in the same room. You can't take out one without the other, typically, pretty much. Probably, I think so too, that I don't feel like Xana and Ethan were an actual targets, but because probably Xana saw him, went back to the room, said that somebody's here, something like that, which meant, gonna go take them out. Maybe wasn't even aware of Dylan, perhaps. But I mean, he did go to the house 12 times prior to the actual day of the murders. So he would, I'm sure, have knowledge that obviously Ethan didn't live there. Go ahead, Adam.
And he did follow Xana as well on Instagram. I do. I mean, I agree with almost everything you said, as far as the possibility of what happened. I mean, I think it's equally as likely that it was Maddie or Kaylee that woke up and said someone is here, because they do say in the affidavit, they say she thinks that it's. Well, I think she hears the dog, someone playing with the dog, which is probably the killer upstairs. And then I think she hears someone say someone is here, which could be Kaylee or Maddie, or it also could be Xana. I think we just don't know. Because it says that it could have been, she thinks it was one of the girls upstairs.
It said who she thought was.
But then it said, but it also, because of the data on the phone, it could have been Xana, because she was on TikTok. Right. And so then I feel like he came downstairs, and I think he killed Xana first. Like I've said for days, that he was in the doorway, and that, I believe Ethan was in the bed, and I believe he was awoken by Xana's attack. And I believe that's why you're hearing such a shocked struggle as what he goes through.
Deb
And
says
then after that, I think after Ethan, he left the house.
so. What do you think about the fact? So Deb thinks I think Kaylee and Maddie heard the delivery guy and said someone is here.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's to me, that's the part that I'm like, and not that I really think it doesn't matter, because I think it could have just as easily been Kaylee and Maddie that said it, or Xana. But regardless, I don't think that one phrase necessarily is going to change anything that happened that night.
No.
And I think that's why in the affidavit they pointed out it could have been either of the situations.
Thank you, Angela and James. It looks like Angel and Angel and James. Yeah, welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. Again, please, if people that are watching this live tonight, if you could hit the like and share for us, that would be great. And I'm pretty sure that little StreamYard's bot's not working, so that's pointless tonight. I'll get that back up and working properly. Again, this is all speculation. As for the video, that's out there. Again, it's not saying it's official. It's not. You guys can use your brains, decide if you think what you want. You can think you hate it. You can think you like it, and want to hear. You can think whatever you like. Just whatever you do, don't disrespect the channel, or else you'll get a big boot out of here. But you can have your thoughts and think what you like. And if you don't want to be here and listen to it, then obviously nobody's forcing or tying anyone down to it. So it's whoever feels comfortable listening that is listening to the audio. Or what?
I said because I think we all understand it. It can be difficult to listen to, and it elicits a lot of emotion and passion in people, as it should. So no one should feel bad about, even if you have a different opinion or feeling than someone else. Every single feeling is valid.
Exactly. Everyone takes things differently, or feels things differently, but it doesn't mean that you're right or that we're right. It just means that in this channel, if you choose to come watch it, right, we're going to play and do our channel the way that we see fit, with as much integrity and dignity and respect. And it will always be about caring and people first over anything. And so again, it's just a matter of everyone has their different feelings, but just because someone says something that you don't like doesn't mean that you're right and they're wrong. But and don't forget, you have that good old block button to use on somebody if you really get irritated by somebody. But this channel is pretty calm, but sometimes when it's kind of like Delphi, the Delphi case, if anyone, of course, is from just the Idaho and doesn't follow Delphi, people sometimes get too invested, in a sense, in the thing because, they're picturing the hurt of the families. It's such a sad case that these 4 beautiful children to me, okay, I know they're young adults, lost their lives to this and stuff like. There's no nice thing about this case. So this chat is usually very much respectful with other people's opinions, and we will keep it that way. Okay, that's the way the channel has always been. So just again, if you have something disrespectful to say, well, feel free to say it, but you're going to get a big toe out of here. We just want people that are compassionate, caring, and truly are invested. And if some people feel not right listening to it, then it's fair enough. Okay. But for me, I have to block things to do things. When you're in true crime and you're dealing with the missing and the murdered, you have to sometimes block that so you can do this, because it is hard to listen to that. It is hard to know if this is, and if this is the tape from that home and somebody leaked it out, which sounds pretty, it does to me sound pretty real. It is hard to know that that's what was going on, because, gives you the visual in your head for sure. And we will play it again. Don't worry. So going back to the affidavit here, and there's so many things here we can take a little bit different. we know that Bryan Kohberger had the incident in Pennsylvania at the Seven Sirens Brewery, where it was enough to warrant putting him into the computer because he was creeping people out and basically being a little stalker watcher of people and asking them where they lived. So knowing that the vape store guy said that, and that we're saying that Kaylee had a stalker, and then he said something like, I think it was Maddie or something like that. That he said Maddie said something like, "Don't worry, we're watching out for her, taking care of her." So you know that definitely this guy is probably, some people probably in Pennsylvania there should probably be very thankful, in a sense that now that this guy is arrested, that they weren't the victims of him first. So who knows how he chose whoever the victim was that he chose, or maybe whatever. Again, whoever it is, Kaylee, Madison, all of them. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna use Kaylee because I think it's Kaylee. Not to say that that's true or not, right. But most people do feel that it is Kaylee. So he creeped people out enough at the Seven Sirens bar, like I said, that they literally had that note in the computer. A girl on another news clip I was watching today was saying how in the university he was like in the library and she had seen him a few times, but he was in the library and she said it was almost like he was asking too many people to fill up, like almost got that vibe, she said, but that could be, hindsight after saying that. But either way, he was asking people supposedly by this girl that had seen him, and I think she filled it out too, all those questions about, how would you feel like, or how would you enter a crime scene or whatever, did it, or how would it feel, what are your thoughts, all those things. And there's obviously to me something very wrong with Bryan's brain, regardless. It's, and I personally think, and I'm not a psychologist, but I still feel from a young age he had some dark tendencies up in that brain, and I still feel that he went into criminology because of that. And then he probably got to the point, and you know what, let me show you something else.
I think, like you said, like Sunny, I think that's where he got the tools that he needed to implement the dark desire he already had.
Yes. Yeah.
That then gave him the confidence to feel like he could carry out what he did. And then when you're done with that, I do have something that I just kind of actually noticed in the affidavit that I want to. No, you do that first, and then I'll bring it up.
Well, what I was going to do was show the video clip of his sister's movie trailer.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because this is again something else, so we can wait till after that for this.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Do your thing.
So what I'm going to show is the movie trailer from Amanda that has Amanda Kohberger in it, which is his sister, that people have been talking about as well. So if somebody hasn't seen it, well, you're going to see it right now. And yeah, so I had watched it for actually the first time today, and a lot of people are associating kind of like, this to Bryan because it's his, his sister. And this sister, by the way, has tons of credentials in mental health, counseling, just a slew of them as well. So a very well-educated family is what it seems like for book smarts, but maybe not street smarts for sure. And yeah, whatever. We'll get back into that conversation in a sec. I'm just going to play that video though. And let me just find it. It is right here.
When I was a little girl, I got lost in the woods. It took them 2 days to find me. Since then, I've avoided the woods.
Until now. We've learned that a group of forestry students are planning to go up the mountain and cut trees in protected woodlands.
So you mean to tell me that some companies willing to pay us $1,000 over fall break?
That's the deal. We leave Friday, 2 days to get there, 2 days work, and 2 days back.
You think those guys over there are really plotting the end of the world?
I'll bet whatever they are talking about is not good for the planet.
We need to follow them up there and document what they're doing.
Hey, how come only a half dozen trees are marked?
No skid trails, no landing? That doesn't make any sense.
Where's Chase?
This is Emma, Steve, and Ben. Their friend got hurt.
I think it would be safer if we were to stay here. With people who know what they're doing.
What is it?
Cabin down there? Maybe they have a phone. No one has a phone out here, you jackass.
It's just a hunter's cabin. Season hasn't even started yet. There won't be anybody there.
I'm not leaving him!
Okay, so that was the trailer. Louis, I'm not sure if you had seen it when I talked about it earlier.
No, but I read the brief description of it. So.
Who just? I'm not sure what you're referring to. You said, will you also read? Oh, his mom's article, please. Who just?
We read it last night.
Did we read it last night?
Are you talking about? Is she talking about the Ted Bundy one?
Yeah, you talking about the two. Yeah. If you are,
we posted it and read it, and also the Uvalde one.
Okay. So this one right here, for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, is by Bryan Kohberger. And this is one of those things that in hindsight, right, obviously. So she writes, cheering the hearse, Brooklyn. Perhaps one of the saddest commentaries on mankind was evident during the execution of Theodore Bundy, with while no sane, compassionate individual would excuse the atrocities committed by this man, neither would any sane individual applaud the passing of his funeral hearse. What have we become? Is the taking of a human life acceptable when the state takes responsibility for it? Bryan Kohberger. Okay, is that the one that you were talking about? Who does? Is that the one that you were referring to?
Yeah, she said, "Oh damn, I missed it."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So because there's that one, and then there was the
who dis? You know I'm on top of things.
Yeah, who dis obviously wasn't watching us yesterday. Bam, bam, bam. Who dis? What were you doing? Did BK know anyone who lives near where? Well,
not that we know of.
Yeah, we don't know that. I mean, maybe some people do.
I mean, yeah, we know there may have been a connection of whatever it was between Kaylee and him, or multiple of the victims, but we don't know. We don't know for certain that he knew anyone. And I know that Jeremy Reagan has said he never saw that vehicle or him in the area. And the only reason, he walked his dog quite a bit, so he was out, So that's one of the reasons I wanted to know if he recognized that vehicle or Bryan, because he is out walking his dog quite a bit, and he's a next door neighbor.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have that in my files in this particular one.
Which one?
The letter to the editor one.
To Uvalde with the sister's poem. I can find it.
I have too many things, people.
So yeah, but I've got these. I've at least isolated a few of these. So let me see if I can find it really quick.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, Adam, I'm just boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Thank you, Wumi, Wami, who me, who me. Oh, that's probably what it is. Who me, who me, who you, who me. Yeah, that sounds about right. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. And Deb said that nobody's bots seem to be working today. So I don't know. Maybe for me, maybe Streamlabs is having an issue. I don't know. To be honest with you, sucks, but it is what it is. Okay.
Here's the poem that the mother submitted that the sister wrote.
Okay, just read it. Just read it.
Oh, I sent it to you. I don't know if you want to put it on the screen. I was looking for the letter that went along with it.
Sure. Let me just go in to the thing. And I think Kelly. Hey, Kelly. I think Kelly sent me something as well. Okay, let me put this on the screen. 1 second.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm sending it to you as well. And I'll read it when you pull it up. That's fine. I just was gonna so you can put it on the screen.
Okay, hold on. Let me just come back and take us off the screen so it goes bigger and take this down. And there we go. Okay. Feel free to read that if you want. This one. Adam? Oh, I see what happened. You disappeared. I was talking to you.
I got him. Sorry. For some reason, sometimes when someone calls me on Messenger, it freezes my screen.
So, is somebody watching the live calling you on Messenger?
Yes.
Really? While you're on the live, they're trying to call you on Messenger.
But I don't know if they're watching.
They probably are.
Right.
Okay. So I pulled up this.
Yeah. And this was the poem that that his sister wrote.
Marianne.
Melissa wrote this. Melissa
wrote this. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Amanda and Melissa are the sisters. Melissa had written the poem. Sunny, I'll let you read the poem and then I'll read the article.
Sure. Okay, absolutely. Okay, so it says May 24th, 2022, Uvalde, Texas, written by Melissa Kohberger. Bereft of their laughter, there is now not a sound as we lower our children into the ground, small hands and feet buried 6 feet deep into the earth of the world that failed them. As I read the poem, I thought, whatever the solution, I pray we consider the children before the gun. And then, so why is Marianne Kohberger's name underneath that then?
Because Marianne is the one that submitted it to the newspaper.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it's kind of like a letter to the editor type thing. So she submitted it to the newspaper.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and she gave the daughter credit because the daughter wrote it. And then the article. Oh, great. Now, of course, I have to find it. So then this article that she wrote for the Pocono Record on April 7th, 2008, which would have been way before Uvalde. So this was in a different instance. She said, editor, the record, I would like to respond to the general misconception often represented on this page that all Democrats support abortion rights. I do not personally support abortion and by all means do not support the death penalty. State-sanctioned murder is just that, murder. Oddly enough, those very individuals who decry a woman's right to choose fully support the death of innocent soldiers in a war based on lies. Those of us against the war are often labeled unpatriotic or worse yet stupid. Often contributors to this page are very selective in their morality. It would seem that some believe they have the divine power to tell others what to think. Furthermore, it is arrogant to stereotype people into one group, one that supports a specific political viewpoint, that Marine motto, Semper Fi, can be said by all who love this country, not just a select few. Bryan Kohberger. Effort. So, I mean, to me, I don't know necessarily the significance of that letter, other than if you look at the time that letter was written, it was during a very different time in our country. I mean, literally almost 25 years ago. I mean, that was during a time when, you know, we'd gone into a conflict with, everyone knows. But, you know, I think she was just writing this as a way to say, you know, you can't group and label everyone into different groups just based on their political standpoint. You know, I read that as she was just saying something like, you know, you can support something without being one thing, and you can think something's wrong without then necessarily not being unpatriotic. So I don't feel like that article is really super significant or telling to anything, but
okay.
I found her one about Ted Bundy to be more interesting.
Yeah, that one was interesting because just in general, because we know that Bryan Kohberger was, do I want to call it an understudy, or he was working with sorry, I'm forgetting her name.
He was a PhD. He was a PhD student, so he was studying to get his doctorate.
Yeah, what's the lady's name? Sorry, I'm having a brain fail here, people.
I can't think of it right now.
I know.
But she's an incredible. She wrote a book called Making of a Murderer. She worked, I believe, with BTK. Highly respected and by all accounts a well respected woman in her field.
Yeah. Can't think of her name. If somebody can think of it, just put it in chat. Oh, Dr. Ramzan, thank you.
Yes. I saw someone made a mock resume for Bryan Kohberger today, and it said, you know, finished, you know, top of your class, studied criminology, PhD, studying to get a PhD in criminology, degree, death penalty. And I was like, oh.
Cheryl, the celebration of life video, you can just Google that. Is that what you're talking about? You can just Google that and find it on YouTube or YouTube it. There's a few out there for sure.
Right. I'm sure she is, and you know, and if she wasn't against the death penalty, I'm sure as the mother of someone that's accused of a death, what could be a death penalty case, I'm sure she is now. Just like, you know, like Kaylee's parents have come out publicly and said, when asked about the death penalty, they've said they are proud to live in the state of Idaho, which we know has the death penalty. And Kaylee's mother, Christy, said she would give anything in the world if Kaylee and Maddie were serving a life sentence for something right now, because that would mean she could go and visit them and they could have a life regardless of what it is. So, and that can be debated. The whole like death penalty thing, we're not there yet. And that's always going to be a contentious debate with people. I see both sides of it. I prefer not to live in a cell either way. But, you know, I do see both sides of it as far as like, is it better to pay the ultimate price for your crime? Or is it more of a price to pay to anguish forever, you know, in a jail cell with no luxuries, as long as they don't get luxuries? Because I don't like that Chris Watts and Scott Peterson get girlfriends and get all of these things that they get, but But yeah, I think the time will come for that because we don't yet know that they're going to go for the death penalty. Steve Gonzalez said that is a decision that usually they do consult families on, and it's not a conversation that they've had specifically with the prosecution because they think the prosecution would like to have that conversation with all of the families at one time. Because a lot of times they do go by the wishes of the families, or at least they take them into consideration. So, and again, I'm not giving my opinion on it. I'm just stating what I've heard.
I didn't realize I was muted. There's 204 people watching, 87 likes. If you guys think we can get at least to 100, if you can, that we would really appreciate it. It really does. I mean, I know people talk about this all the time, and it's cliche, but it's true. It helps the algorithm. And again, it takes a long time to do this and to, bring the information and stuff. So we just ask if possibly you can hit that like button. And if you're really energetic, maybe hit the share button to go with it. But thank you so much. Adam, what is it that you wanted to talk about prior to the?
Yeah. I'm gonna send you one other thing to read after that, but then I do want to mention one thing.
Okay.
So I was just glancing over the affidavit again. As we were talking, and I could be just dull or ignorant, but if you pull up page 1 of the affidavit, I don't know if you have it handy.
Yeah, I do.
And
okay, hold on.
I just want to get everyone, because this is just something I hadn't noticed the first 30 times I read it, and so it just popped out to me. But if you scroll to the very last paragraph on the bottom of the first page.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So what it says there, and it's going to go on to the first line of the second page after this, but it says, also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, quote, autopsy, or parentheses, autopsy report provided by Spokane. And then if you go to the second page, county medical examiner, redacted, dated December 15th, 2022, to be caused by sharp force injuries. So I hadn't noticed the date December 15th, 2022 listed there the first time. And it's standing out to me, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the autopsies were conducted on November 18th. The final reports were done at the end of November. That is the December 15th is not the day the toxicology report came out. And so I just am kind of was looking at it and thinking, well, what autopsy report, why was there an autopsy report written on December 15th, 2022 when they'd already been written and nothing significant around that date affected the autopsy report?
I don't know, Lewis, thoughts?
And again, like I said, I could be dull or missing something, but it just popped out to me for some reason when I was looking over this just now.
What was your question, Adam? I didn't catch the actual question.
The initial autopsy reports were done November 18th.
Okay.
The toxicology reports did not come in around this date. The final report did not come out around this date. Nothing that I can find significant to or around December 15th regarding the coroner or autopsy is out there. And so I'm like, what in this report then says December 15th? Like, why? Because it says deceased later determined, autopsy report provided by, dated December 15th. The autopsy report is not dated December 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put up the bottom of the first page?
Okay.
And like I said, I could be dull and just missing something or just like overlook, but it just popped out to me for some reason. I'm curious about it now. I mean, just seemed to be an odd date.
Officer report to Spokane. I mean, the only thing I could possibly think of is that's just the date that he finally signed off on the autopsy for him.
But it's not. We have the autopsy report dates.
For him?
Yeah. All 4 of them were signed. All 4, the initial ones were signed on the 18th, and the final ones were signed. I can't remember the date, but it was not the 15th, nor near it. Nor did even they were waiting for toxicology for some of them, or for some of.
That's what I'm asking. You said that the autopsy reports were signed off on the 18th of November.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a pretty short time frame.
And they said those might have been those were the initial ones. So the final autopsy reports were signed off. I believe it was December 6th, or and.
But if the finalized report was signed off on, you said the 6th.
I'd have to look. I can't find the exact date, but I know it was not the 15th. And we also know that Ethan was the very first victim laid to rest. He was the first body. Yes.
I see what's being said in chat. It says Deb, Bryan and got clarification from the court. It was a clerical error and not a is that not a redacted page?
Yeah, no, there's no redacted page. Yeah, no.
That's what I thought too. That it was a scanning error.
The copy we have never had a redacted page.
Yeah.
Look, because it says page 2 right here, 1 and then 2.
Yeah, this one is actually from the New York whatever. It's
Fox.
the one I had. Go ahead.
All right, Fox News was the one they put out had a page 2 that was blank. That was never correct. I thought that was cleared up yesterday or the day before.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was never a fully redacted page.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It just seemed odd.
We've had the full 19-page report the whole time.
Yeah. So this page, ignore it because it doesn't exist anyway. So yes, it goes right from here. So it says also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined in brackets autopsy report provided by Spokane coroner medical officer blah dated December 15th 2022 right. To be so is it that they weren't sure? Then I don't know.
Ethan, and that's what that's why I'm asking, because nothing about that date, there was no report done on that date that we know of. Ethan had been buried long before that date, first of all, and his toxicology came out at a different time. The final autopsy reports were dated differently than that date. So I'm just curious, why was the autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner dated December 15th in this? Like, did they do I'm just curious about it. But anyone that is looking for a second, the affidavit that's on my community page never has a redacted second page.
Couple copies I have both did. CD says Aspen December 15th might be when she signed off
but
on
it's not.
Sometimes autopsies have different days than others based on the lab. Because I mean, it kind of comes off like it was done, but it was officially done. I don't know. Officially, that part was signed. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the sheath was left there.
No, of course, I'm not disputing any of that. I just found the date to be odd because that's
not 30 days is a long time for that. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
It came across odd to me because it's not the date that I have for his final autopsy being conducted or being his report being completed.
Yeah.
So I just found it odd. Like I said,
Yeah.
it might be nothing. I might be just be dull, but I found it to be an odd little thing that only just now popped out to me now. But could be nothing.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna. Yeah. I want to go to Lewis's.
Yeah, I was going to say it's funny because I found something in there that didn't make sense to me either.
Okay, let's go to that. That was on page 15.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed this, Adam.
Oh, scrolly. My finger at least gets a workout.
For such a well done affidavit, this is a piece of information that for some reason sticks out in my head. If it's in here, there's got to be a reason. And reading it, I can't find any reason from what I know as to why this is mentioned. So maybe there's something that you guys have heard that I'm missing. But from just what's in the PCA, this piece has to have a reason for being in here. I don't see any other reason why they would be so thorough and then put this in if it has nothing to do with something important that's not mentioned.
Which read to me exactly, because we talked about this all last night when you were here when we talked about like the hour and 10 minutes.
That's not. I'm referring to where they mentioned on the 14th what happened on the 14th about his phone. It's a very odd paragraph. It's only a couple of sentences, but it doesn't fit anything else other than the fact that it's just something they got from the phone report. But to put it in the PCA, I would think there was a reason why, and I can't connect it for any other reason. I can't read it in front of me, but it says that his phone connects to a tower in the Moscow area. But they also say that the phone was not in Moscow. So what sticks out in my head is, why is this in here? And my thoughts immediately go the defense side. Not that I believe any of this, but the defense can say, well, if you believe his phone wasn't there, but it connected to a tower there, is there somebody we don't know about? It's just very odd. But if you guys want to read that paragraph, I can't see it close enough to read it word for word. I don't want to misquote it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought hold on a second. One moment. I have it up on screen. Okay, I do. Okay, so it says investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022. But investigators do not believe that the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training experience, the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra. So correct. It's kind of like, so it dings off of a Moscow tower, but yet they don't believe that he's in Moscow on the 14th or after that date.
Yeah. It's just it sticks out as odd because nothing else in the PCA connects to that statement. And that statement doesn't connect any other evidence I've seen. Why bring up reasonable doubt in the PCA? That it just doesn't fit to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
what was the paragraph? Can I look to see what was the paragraph above that, please?
Yeah, it was a picture, and then it was okay. So it was
one before that describes his path on the 13th and how that picture shows the guesstimated path from the service being on and off. But
so it says further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The 845 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of Kohberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. And then it goes up below is a depiction of the cellular site, which is this crappy one. But
oh, those pictures! Oh, I love those pictures.
They're so great, aren't they? If you guys can't make these out, then you guys are blind and need glasses, because this is a work of art right here. I mean, it's like spaghetti stuck on, like army paint or something. You can't make out nothing on that, but whatever. I mean, it is just a scanned copy or whatever. So forgiveness. That's why it's nice when the news channels get ahead and do it ahead of time, and hence why. Yeah, I mean, Court TV and that had one. So that's when it goes into Adam about on the 14th that his phone pinged off of a Moscow tower, but they don't believe he was in Moscow on the 14th.
Right. So, I mean, that might have been clarification. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, we don't know because, we know I pointed out some other things. Clearly the Johnson, Idaho thing is like the biggest thing, but this could have. I mean, we know there weren't a ton of cell phone towers in that area, so I don't know. Was it just his phone pinged to that tower, even though he wasn't actually in Moscow? But
see, I was wondering, Adam, if you had seen anything in his travels on the 14th that said where he was, or speculative of where he might have traveled on the 14th. But
when they do talk about
it's just odd that it's in the PCA and it doesn't connect to anything else I can see in there.
I wish it said the time because there are some things about the 14th that we know about his travels, but so I'd like to know if are they just maybe setting up the fact that he was heading somewhere, because he on the 14th that his phone might have pinged near a tower in Moscow even though he wasn't there. So I mean, I'll have to look through it in thorough again because thoroughly again because I mean I'll of course spend an hour examining all of it to try to make sense of it, but
you see what I mean? It's like an odd statement to put in the PCA.
Yeah, the things that I like to look at when I read these things is it's like I like to look at I try to read between the lines and I try to read the things that make no sense for being there.
Right.
Yeah.
And that makes no sense for being in this document. I mean, I could see it being reported in the reports, but why put that in the PCA if all it does is bring up reasonable doubt if you're saying that it's possible that his phone pinged where it was not located? That's just, it's an odd statement put in the PCA.
Right.
CD says they're showing he never came back. Hey, CD, are your kids in bed yet? Come on now. Come on, get up here. We love to watch on. They're showing he never came back after the 14th, showing his job was complete by murdering the 4 people. That won't help his defense in any way. Because that's really all they talk about in the 14th in the piece, the affidavit. Sorry, I couldn't think of my word there for a second. Anyway, so who knows what? I get what you're saying. Hey, it pinged in this, and it's, just showing that, and that he didn't return. Do you guys find that hard to believe, though? That, he returned to the scene of the crime, obviously. Come on, mouse, work for me. Okay, sorry. I'm just abusing my mouse, okay? Think nothing of it. When you're moving it.
I mean, while we're talking about that, we might as well mention the Johnson, Idaho thing that for anyone that wasn't watching last night, to me, the red flag of red flags in this affidavit is on the last page, and it talks about for no reason that he drove an hour and 10 minutes away and turned his phone off for 3 hours in an area of Idaho called Johnson, Idaho, with no explanation, no reasoning, and there potentially being no reason that is listed in the affidavit, except for the fact that there clearly has to be a reason they put it in there.
What page is that on?
It's on the last page at the top there.
Right here. Yeah. 5:32 p.m. and 5:36. Phone indicated that between 5:32 and 5 36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources provided coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with 845 ping. Okay. So basically 5:36 it goes off, 8:30 it comes back on.
Yeah. It went off. It was in the Johnson, Idaho area when it went off at 5:36 p.m. And this is literally 13 hours roughly 13 hours after he'd committed the murders. He drove an hour and 10 minutes away and spent 3 hours with his phone off.
Yeah.
For some reason. And if you look at a map on Google Maps of this area, it is the most rural of rural you could ever imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Right, no, and it's not that he lost service. He turned his phone off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anyone have anything else like they want to that they find odd about the affidavit or anything that's standing out to them as,
So
questionable?
I would be looking for a murder weapon in that area, and I'm sure they are.
Correct. They probably are. I mean, it's the one thing that stands out to the case where everything else is, here you go. Here's a big circle, Moscow to Idaho, Moscow to Pullman, and then this trip out of nowhere, left field in a sense. You think that he buried his clothes out there?
Well, I'll tell you what matches up with that. That's kind of odd. That's in the affidavit is on page 12.
Okay.
It's the information that he states when he applied for the internship.
Yeah.
His essay. He said his interest is in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations.
Are you at the bottom or the top of page 12?
Paragraph before the bottom of page 11.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it said 12.
Okay, so paragraph, above?
Yeah. Yeah, it starts off with based on information provided on the WSU website. That paragraph, about halfway down.
Yeah.
I find a couple of things odd about that statement that was in his essay. One is that he's interested in rural law enforcement areas on collecting info. And then, as Adam said, he disappears into a rural area. But then also the basis of that essay was on collecting information that would actually not match up with his actions here. I mean, you would think if that's what he was specializing in, he wouldn't have taken the phone with him, turned it on and off, or turned, airplane mode on and off, because at that point he would know the phone was at least tracked in certain areas. I mean, it looks to me like that's maybe why he was turned down, because he wasn't proficient in what he wanted to be proficient in. But
well, they didn't have it. I mean, the reason he was turned down is because they didn't have an opening in that department, in the IT department that he was looking for.
No, understandable. I'm saying his actions here specifically show that he was definitely not well versed in what he wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, Moscow itself, though, is a rural, community. Yeah. So they had 36 people in their entire department. Not even just police officers. The entire department.
So yeah, I found that just kind of amusing that's what he was trying to do, and it definitely shows that he was not proficient in area that he wanted to specialize in. Too many mistakes that definitely line up with where he was trying to get into.
Yeah, he wasn't proficient in most of the things he was trying to do.
Yeah. No, but I mean that's like a huge error. I mean, taking the phone with you is probably the stupidest thing you could do if you were planning on doing this. And then
Yeah, like I said, I was like, you might as well have left the phone on turning it off during the time of the crime by itself is just as incriminating as leaving it on.
Yeah, it's odd. And then on that same page, there was another thing I found quite interesting, was where it talks about the survey. Let's see if I can get to that page here.
Okay.
He also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. And surely, does that not fit what he did here? Because I have a feeling that if he is decided, if it's determined he's a psychopath, maybe this was a long, drawn out search in his life to understand emotions. Maybe he had internal turmoil for years because he didn't understand why he couldn't feel emotion, which, that can play mind tricks on somebody that's a psychopath. But I just found that to be a little bit of a telling statement too, that he was looking into that before this.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was his the research projects that he was doing for school that we posted several things about, because he then went in allegedly he potentially went into social media and then answered the questions to his own survey regarding this crime.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, Callie, exactly. He wanted an A on his dissertation. Yeah, don't think he's going to get it.
Real life field service research.
I've got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna beat my mouse in a second. Anyway, so this was basically the map of everything for timing.
Okay.
Get a little bit smaller. About
that's a better version of that that was in the affidavit. That's actually legible.
Yeah, absolutely. 242, Kohberger's cell phone is located at his residence. 247, the cell phone shows it's traveling south of Pullman. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5's back over here. No, hold on. Wait a second. What's going on here? 5, 5, 5. Let's see here. From 450 to 527, it's saying the cell phone pings near, I'm not sure if that's how you say it, but Genesee, then Uniontown, and finally at Pullman between 5:25 and 5:27 a.m. Okay, let me just go back onto this. And come back on here for a second. Okay. It is 174 people in here. Again, if you guys could give a like to the live, that would be great. I am going to pull back up. I want to pull back up the audio, just for the sake of new people that have come in and stuff like that. The part where, again, 10 to Life is talking about a text message, but please don't associate that to the audio, because that's a different thing. So I'm actually only going to play it up until the part that she says that one, and then I'll play the audio from CD's channel, and you guys can listen to that. So I want to do that for those people that are coming in again.
Okay.
So let me hit present video.
Now, in regards to the text that I mentioned earlier and that information, as I mentioned, this was somebody who is very close to me, who I trust wholeheartedly. And this person is good friends with someone very close to the investigation. So this person shared some text screenshots with me that contain some pretty horrific details that not only we haven't heard before, but that make this case make a lot more sense. And I don't want to say the case itself and why this happened, but certain details we've heard along the way, it starts to kind of tie it all together a little bit more, for me at least. I want to warn you, these details are graphic and very disturbing. Also, as always, do your own research, because until this is officially tied back to the affidavit once it's released, it is all alleged at this point. But this message says, my sister's best friend from college is married to an FBI agent. He was one of the first FBI agents allowed at the scene in Moscow. Apparently, the murderer's knife sheath was found under the body of Ethan. They were able to find DNA on the sheath and sent it to 23andMe. A cousin of the killer, aka Bryan, has done 23andMe, so they were able to somehow then link it to Bryan. That, plus a cat, happened to be taking a pee and set off a nearby Ring camera, which is where they were able to see the Hyundai Elantra, which of course the suspected killer drove. They then tracked him to Pennsylvania, where he was home on winter break with family, and agents posed as garbage men and went through the family's garbage to find DNA and confirm the DNA match. From the text message my sister received from the FBI agent, apparently it is one of the most gruesome crime scenes he's ever been a part of. Ethan's legs were sliced all the way down to the hamstrings. One of the girls was stabbed 54 times and beaten so badly that every bone in her face was broken and so sunken in that she was unrecognizable. One of the cops said that one of the girls in the basement who survived went by the staircase and she thought it was Ethan and yelled at him to shut the fuck up, but it was actually the killer. The killer then left after he saw her, but she didn't know it was him though at the time.
Now we're right.
I'm going to stop that one. I'm going to go over to CD's one, share screen, and then I'll play the one again from that I have as well.
Now we're right.
Sonny, you're muted. Sonny, you're on mute.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I clicked it when you said that, and yet I was still muted. And I come back and I look and I'm, so I don't know what happened. I think a little, I don't know. We'll call it secretarial error. It was obviously my secretary and not me. So I'm just going to play it a little from this program. I'm going to play it more towards, well, let's see. I'll play it more from here. Okay, and then I'm going to do it once from here. Yeah, that one's going to, I mean, end of the day, that one's going to take probably a little bit more time to play with. Come back around. I was just trying to see by chance if Jeff had by chance had sent me an email or not. I know he was working on it here, but let me just refresh my email. No, okay, nothing yet. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. So again, I mean, help me up, let me up. Zaina. Anna Lisette, I think she said that she didn't think it was, authentic. And again, as I was just looking at chat, I mean, whoever thinks it's authentic doesn't matter. It's your own personal choice. In no way is this being represented as an official video that is oh, Derek Farmer, mysterious man, welcome back, or did you ever leave? Haven't seen you in a long time, buddy. Became a YouTuber. I gotta change it still. I get it. I got it. Yeah. He's been hiding out on Sleuth's channel. I haven't seen Derek Farmer in a long time. But welcome back, unless you're hiding and just not talking like some people do. Yeah. Anyways, welcome back, buddy. And thank you. Derek Farmer's a really good guy. Unfortunately, Derek Farmer, if anyone knows of the Karina McClurkin case, Flint Farmer was arrested for the murder of Karina McClurkin, and then he comes in chat and his last name is Farmer, and everyone's like, of relation, but he's not. He's not, for anyone that did that. I also saw someone make an earlier comment, and I just want to say, this is personally, I never intended on being in true crime at all. So this is the third, I'll say it's the third truest case that I personally looked at. So back in 2020, I happened to click, I shouldn't have, but I did. I've stayed away from newspapers, news, and stuff like that for these exact reasons. This stuff hurts my heart so bad to know that children, wives, husbands, friends, mass shootings, all these different things happen around the world. And I like to stay in my happy bubble. And every time I picked up the newspaper or watched the news or anything, it was all negative, negative, negative. And it was just very hard on the heart because people that are deep empaths understand that when you have there's some people out there like myself who take things I'm very sensitive. And I used to cry whenever I watched animals on those documentaries back in the day, getting shot and different things, I would literally just bawl my eyes out. And as I was bawling my eyes out, I'd do this, and kind of keep looking up, but I because I couldn't stand it. Well, same thing with humans, same thing. I just would bawl my eyes out all the time, but I always take on the very sadness of the situation. So if I'm reading an article and I'm reading all about it, I'm automatically thinking about the family, all the people that are affected by this, the sadness of the tragedy that's going on, and it becomes too much. Especially since my personality is more, contrary to what anyone might think, it's a very bubbly personality. I'm just more of a, hey, like, hey, how's it going? Da 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 da. But because I care deeply, I also hurt very deeply, as by the same token. So I decided I was going to click on the right hand side of my YouTube on this case that was called the Delphi murders in Indiana. And now I didn't get into that right away, but I kept an eye on it. I clicked on it and I was just like, oh, don't do it. But I did. And so that from that day forward, next thing you know, I was watching or very much paying attention to the Suzanne Morphew case that had just happened a little bit later. So here we sit, 2 years later? But yeah, 2 years later, pretty much. Basically February, probably. Yeah, will be 2 years. That as much as I really do not like the sadness and that's involved, I remember one day I was just kind of walking back home from work and I was like, it's quite rewarding. We've had people on our show. We had a son that was brought back to his dad, that we helped with because of Stephanie Robertson. And so it's very rewarding to know that there's a lot of unselfish people out there. I'm not talking about the greedy mongers of the YouTube world, but each to their own. I'm just talking about those really caring people that, give a voice to the voiceless because they truly care about people and truly care about cases and they truly want to impact in a good way. There's absolutely nothing wrong with anyone being monetized whatsoever, if YouTube pays for ads and stuff like that. And so all the power to people that truly, with the best and good intentions of true crime and caring about people, want to make a difference. And to the other ones, I don't care about you because you're just doing it for money and you're self-absorbed. Is that too harsh? I don't really care, to be honest with you. I just stick to what we do here. Every other channels can worry about themselves. But if you're going to be someone like a Joseph Morris that literally manipulates people and creates false videos, false screaming, false manipulation of an HTML for the Daily Mail and create it, and you're literally legitly a con artist and you're trying to manipulate people, that I will definitely always call you up for if that ever comes to fruition, because that is so wrong to use the tragedies in that way to benefit your pocket so that you can manipulate your subscribers to believing, like in the Gabby Petito case that he did as well, Joseph Morris, if anyone doesn't know that name yet, I'm just going to keep saying it, to sit there and use a case, the tragedy of these murders, and try to benefit your pocket by literally creating fictitious audio and making and turning and playing with the HTML of an actual article, and then using the scream from what's deemed to be as a DV, and then use that so that you can benefit off that for your pocket because you're being deceptive. That's a piece of shit right there. And that stuff we won't tolerate. But other than that, people can worry about their own channels. We'll worry about this one. And again, I just got into it. As much as it hurts my heart so much, it also is very rewarding that you're doing stuff or trying to do stuff, with integrity and for helping others. It's a very unselfish act. So even if you don't have a channel or not, give yourself a hug for being that type of person that just really cares about other people and really wishes to, invest their time in listening to the cases, following the cases, and maybe being a creator and making videos, or that you're sharing on your social media that somebody's gone missing and stuff like that. Um, those are You're a really good person if that's the person that I just described. And if you're not, I'm sorry. But yeah, so but that's where my heart sits personally, and that's why Adam and myself, and as well as others, and Lewis and Alexa, and that right, we connect because of exactly people like yourselves that come in and truly are invested into the cases with pureness to your heart.
Hey, Crime Geek.
Hi, Crime Geek. How are you? And so, okay, so we've talked about this, and let's just I want to do a little bit of a recap on the sense of we have a timeline of 4 o'clock for DoorDash. We have other timelines, but I'm just talking about the DoorDash. So 4 o'clock, DoorDash happens. 4:04, his car is driving by the cameras again for like the third time. So they're obviously talking about a 3-point turn that he does, and blah 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 blah. Again, I'm just going to ask this question again to the people that are watching again right now. 1, if you think that he was alone, or 2, if you think there was somebody else that was driving the vehicle and that there was, with him. So 1 for alone, 2 for if you think that there's another person involved with him. Hence why he might have been trying to say, was anyone else arrested? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a thought, but kind of like what this one LE guy says too. And when you listen to people, right, certain things make sense. When you look at what was happening before and after, about where he was, and you have to so was he with somebody else really? Because he went to that house 12 times. Do you really think he took someone with him 12 times to go to that house? I mean, probably good fight, Bryan Kohberger for trying to be deceptive there. I'm not really buying the whole second person thing whatsoever. An FBI agent was talking about it just because he was thinking about the timeline being 4 o'clock, 4:04. Obviously, he still needs to park. He still needs to get in the house. Did he see the DoorDash driver? Did he not? Because obviously, if he passed the cameras, 3 times, or did drive-bys by the house 3 times, is it because he saw a vehicle pull up, and then he was waiting for the vehicle to leave and then pulled up? Or was it just simply perfect timing that he missed the... Yeah, I kind of find it highly unlikely that he missed the DoorDash guy, to be honest, if he was already passing by. But who knows?
If he was already in the back.
He wasn't, though, because the car passed by at 4:04.
Yeah,
on the
but I mean, the DoorDash says approximately 4 a.m. So so I'm like, it could have been 4 or 6. You never know.
Yeah.
It's still speculative.
Yeah.
Do I have an echo?
10 to Life stated the intel told her that she was under... Right, that is correct. So we already played that video from 10 to Life for that part of it. Correct. So it's kind of like anything, Crime Geek, telephone, telegraph, tell somebody. And this person obviously got a lot right that was told to her. But it was underneath Maddie's, not Ethan's, the sheet, as we know by the affidavit. That information came out, of course, prior to the affidavit coming out. So if you look at it as a whole, 90% of it is correct, in a sense, versus the sheath part that was wrong. So again, basically, I'm so curious why they said that the homicides happened between 4 o'clock and 4:25, but yet they say that his vehicle was seen leaving at 4:20. And when you think about it, that camera footage specifically says 4:17 as well. So, is that off by a few minutes as well? Because 4:17, so 4:17, well, no, that could be right. I mean, 4:17 is when it's listening to that audio. Should this be legit audio? Basically, you're hearing Ethan scream, That's pretty much flying through. Then if that's the case, then that's pretty much flying outside that back door, which he goes left and leaves a footprint. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, my assessment is that from like what the logistics that I've looked into everything with is I assume that most likely the time I've come up with is 12 minutes.
About 12 minutes.
In and out.
Now, just so you know, with the DoorDash, they're most likely going off of when the order was completed, which means the driver could have dropped off the food, took the picture, got in their vehicle, transmitted that it was delivered, and then left. So they could have been pulling away at 4 o'clock. That 4 o'clock is most likely coming from when the order was completed as delivered. So that could put you before 4 when they pulled up.
Can I say something about the DoorDash really quickly? Someone had asked me in the video that I put out about when because I'd had the Jack in the Box picture for so long and I didn't realize the importance of it.
Yeah.
Someone commented on my video and they said, your information cannot be correct because Jack in the Box closed at 10 p.m. And so I of course had already done my research with this when I put the video out, but Moscow, Idaho did not have a Jack in the Box. The nearest Jack in the Box was actually about an 18-minute drive. It was in Pullman, Washington, and yes, their dining room closed at 10 p.m. They were not incorrect when they said that to me, but however, their drive-through is open 24 hours. And for anyone that orders DoorDash or any delivery food service, those drivers typically can go through the drive-through. So when you live in a rural area, it's not uncommon to be able to order food from a restaurant 18 minutes away.
Yeah.
So for anyone that like looked at that and they were like, "Oh, it couldn't have been Jack in the Box."
Yeah.
It was.
Well, that's right, because that's the difference between doing your homework and doing your homework. Because everyone just kind of looks and says, "Oh, it closes at 10." That's not doing your homework.
And I called the restaurant to make sure that they actually DoorDash serviced area to Moscow, Idaho, and they do.
Yeah.
I can give you a little information on that too, because I looked into it, Adam. There was one in Moscow that permanently closed. So it would have still been on the app, even if it was at a distance to order, and they would have sent it to the closest location that was not there.
Yeah.
So it's very easy that they ordered, and it was a 20-minute drive away.
Yeah, the way that DoorDash works is, it's the one. It's funny because the one that was in Moscow was actually on Pullman Drive.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's permanently closed. But then it doesn't mean that any other Jack in the Box has to accept deliveries from DoorDash. But I made sure to make sure that I was correct before I put the information out there, like I do everything. And the Jack in the Box in Pullman, Washington, does deliver to Moscow, Idaho, and it's about an 18-minute drive. But just because it's the closest one doesn't mean that they have to. It just means that one did accept deliveries, and their drive-through is open 24 hours.
Okay. I do want to go back to something that's being talked about in the chat right now. With DM. With Dylan, okay. I get that a lot of us obviously go, what happened? Where did she, like, why did she not call anyone? Again, we're not in her shoes, because we're not in her shoes to know exactly what happened. Maybe they're withholding stuff that they withheld from that part of the affidavit, and maybe it will be in, I don't know. There wasn't much redacted, but maybe there's more to that to tell. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. It's not like they put the motive in there, or if Kaylee or any of the other people knew him from social media and stuff like that. But I'm going to read this post, Crime Geek, and it's called Jessica's post, and I believe read this last night. and it says,
is it Crime Geek? Is this the Jessica that I know of? Sorry, doing red.
Is it?
Well, I'm just asking, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Hi, Dark Sparkles. Okay, so let's just go back to it. And it says, and also I know that she was very confused about what she had seen and heard. I don't want to give too many personal details, but she suffers, meaning Dylan, but she suffers from PTSD due to some things that had happened to her in her childhood. So she has extreme nightmares and panic attacks often at night. She told the friend who made the 911 call that she thought she saw someone in a mask in their house, but wasn't 100% sure it wasn't a nightmare. That's why I feel so awful for her. I'm sure she will beat herself up for the rest of her life, but knowing her situation and also that they had been drinking that night, I have 100% believe that she was in shock and she just tried to talk herself when you just try to talk yourself out of what she had seen and heard. Now, that right there, does seem plausible because we're not in her shoes and we don't know what exactly transpired. And this person writes like she's going to beat herself up. So if this is true and a legit post from someone that knows her, what else did it say in there? Because it said the person, where is it? Come on. I'm talking about the part where I don't want to give the details. Wow, it's not exactly a long post in my... Oh, right here. She told the friend who made the 911 call that she thought she saw someone in a mask. So she told the friend who made the 911. Now, that could be Bethany. It could be Bethany, right? Because she told the friend who made the 911 call she thought someone was in a mask. So it could be Bethany. It could be somebody else.
It could have been Jack. It could have been Ethan's brother. These are all people we know were speculatively at the scene.
Hence why
Ethan's parents found out that Ethan was dead, not from law enforcement, but from Ethan's siblings.
I just I think at the end of the day is that who, as odd as it is, and Crime Geek too, you would understand, right? As odd as it is, right, for anyone really to judge her and her actions without knowing the truth, meaning for Dylan, she's as much of a victim as any of them. And I'm sure that there is a reason, if it's this one, perhaps. But again, unless I'm in that person's shoes myself, as odd as it is, there has to be some reasonable explanation behind it. And if it is the fact that she went into her room and maybe she, like, we don't know what she was on, what she was drinking. If she was scared and hid underneath her bed and then passed out underneath her bed as she was, or woke up thinking it was a nightmare. Because I remember saying that. Perhaps she thought, it was a nightmare. Who knows?
Sonny, I think they're using the wrong term in chat, and that's why there's so much confusion. She was probably experiencing catatonic shock, which is catatonia, which people that have history of depression and PTSD, anything can set that off, and that'll last hours, not minutes.
What is it?
It's called catatonia. Its definition is catatonic shock. When you go into shock, but you've got a past history of different disorders, you go into this catatonic state where you don't know what to do. It's like you're a zombie.
And could be again.
Yeah. So I think they're overanalyzing a term in chat, and they're trying to agree or disagree on the length of time of what it would be. But I'm assuming it was probably catatonic shock she was in, knowing that she had a history, and that would be probably the most likely symptom that she was experiencing at that time.
Can I interject here? I don't think it's right for anyone to speculate on what this girl went through.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think anyone's wrong with saying dissociative state, because dissociative state can last for hours, even days. The same as catatonic shock. None of us know that she went through that PTSD or trauma, so we're all speculating on multiple things. You know, so whether it's catatonic shock, dissociative state, whatever it is, I don't think it's our business to even. She did what she did because that was her trauma response, and I take it very personal when it comes to this kind of thing, because, like I said, my niece went through a very similar experience, and she was criticized for the way she responded in it, and no one knows what they're going to go through or how they're going to respond until it happens.
I believe it's okay for everyone to theorize.
Of course, yes, absolutely.
But not victim, not blame her as if, without knowing. There's a difference between going, well, maybe she has PSD, maybe she, who knows? We don't know what happened. So that part is okay to me to theorize. So if Lewis, for instance, said catatonic shock, and perhaps she was, perhaps she wasn't, we don't know. That's just theorizing to me. But to think or put blame upon Dylan, as if we would all have done something so different, because we don't know unless we're in those shoes. Yeah. You don't think that this girl feels horrific enough without?
Yeah, that's. My only point was that I'm trying to go off of the information that we do know. We know that she went through a traumatic response. To me, so it's easy. So that way, dissociative state is something that you, after going through traumatic response, you can go through for whatever reason. We don't know that she had PTSD prior in her life. That's speculation. And so that was the only reason I was like, what? I was like, to add even to keep saying all these other things in there, it's just adding to the things that we're speculating on this girl, that it's a victim and that she's gone through so much. I mean, I feel like it's safe enough just to say she's gone through a catatonic or she's gone through a traumatic experience, and from the information we know she's gone through, disassociation is something that is a clinical thing that we can deduce by what we know. That was my only point.
Okay. And Crime Geek, thanks, Adam. And again, everyone, when it comes to Dylan, again, just have a heart. If words are towards blaming or whatever, because again, that girl alone is going to be probably one of the biggest ones impacted. So, Crime Geek, to answer your question, it doesn't say in the affidavit that he saw her. It's only that she's saying that she saw him, and that so as he was going by, and let me go back to that picture again, Crime Geek, just to give you a better idea. So if this is Dylan's room, although they're calling it vacant, because again, for so long, it was believed that Dylan was downstairs and not on the second floor. In the affidavit, it becomes clear that it's on the second floor in this room here. So if this is the back sliding door and this is the kitchen and Dylan's right here, so he would have gone upstairs first, left the sheath upstairs. Probably. I mean, this seems like the most likely theory, is that he went upstairs, left his sheath, was underneath Maddie, down the stairs, probably maybe saw Zaina. Anyway, however you guys want to make it out, saw Zaina. Maybe Zaina went running over here, and then he had to take them out. Who knows how it all played out? But then he had to come back here. Now, she did come out a couple of times, Dylan. First, she thought she heard a dog barking or crying or whimpering, and she thought that Kaylee was, playing with the dog. I think the second time is when she heard someone's in there or someone's in the house. Was that the second one, Adam? Someone's in the house?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, if she's here, and we don't know how much the door was open, but now if you think about the time, if that video is correct, and you think about 4:17, and you think about Ethan and Zaina's room, that's where you're hearing that screaming on the tape from the neighbor's ding dong cam, that he comes back out here, he might not have even seen her, and he could have just went like boom, because his car was last seen leaving at 4:20. He obviously goes out this way, and his footprint is in the mud of the side of the house, and so he might not have seen her. And because some people think, well, why did she live? But she obviously seen him enough to know that he had bushy eyebrows. But it could have been dark. He had on a mask. He might have been in his whole state of crazy psychoticness or whatever, and just literally bypassed her. So he might not have actually seen her. So when some people say, well, why did the other two live? Why didn't take them out? I still personally feel myself, not to say it's true, but I personally feel that one or both of the victims upstairs was the original targets, or at least one of them, but because they were in the same bedroom, obviously both got taken out. Again, I don't think myself that Ethan and Zaina myself were actual targets to begin with. I think that came into it to play because of DoorDash. Jack in the Box is over here, so she obviously came into the kitchen, probably got herself some plates. We're talking, if DoorDash is in at 4:00 and 4:04 he gets out of his car, there could have been this slight timing. Who knows exactly how it happened, that somebody's in the house, and he could have just come down the stairs, heard Zaina say someone's in the house, could have seen her by chance and was following her, and then Ethan started yelling, and he could have been very much saying Zaina, in his screams there, instead of help me out, because there's parts of it where I think it sounds like Zaina, because he's seeing his girlfriend say getting murdered right before his eyes. But who knows? I mean, who knows exactly how it played out? And
none of us do.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just really theorizing. Oops, I should have took that down. But anyways, Crime Geek, that's why we don't know. I mean, Dylan knows and other people know if she feels like he actually seen her, but just like she might have been in a state of shock, for sure. He was definitely in his world of whatever. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what's going on there. Miracle Heart says, can't just say she did a great job when it isn't true because you feel bad for her. Are we talking about, if we're talking about Dylan, then correct. Stop if it's about Dylan. And if it's not, I don't know what it's about. But if it's about Dylan, then yes, there's no need of it.
Can we play the article, or show the article that I sent to you about the DoorDash driver?
Yeah, absolutely.
That way, I feel like Dylan has, I feel like, regardless of your opinion on her, it's at this point, and I'm not to use the term lightly, but beat to death. It is what it is. The poor girl is going to, I guarantee you, 100% have to sit on the stand eventually and give her own account of what happened that night. And there are cameras in Idaho, so most likely this court will be televised, and we probably will all get to see Dylan, sadly, one day have to go through sitting on that stand and recount what she went through that night. And I think after that, it's a much fairer place to access or reassess the conversation we're having now. But for whatever reason, she waited that time. She did what she did, whether it be what word did you use, Lewis?
I'm starting to hear you.
Catatonic.
Yeah, catatonic.
Or disassociative.
Term,
so
yeah.
Regardless of whatever it was,
I think so too.
It'll all come into play later.
Yeah.
Right now, this girl is going through hell, and let her try to grieve, go through the recovery she needs to go through, and do what she has to do.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I mean, we can sit here behind computers all day long, but
and every channel on the internet is doing it.
Yeah. But we still have to be thoughtful and mindful. So I want to thank everyone again. And if you haven't hit the like button, can you please consider hitting the like button for us? Again, healthy debates. If you're not agreeing with someone that's in chat and you don't like what they're saying, those bad boys, there's a block button for a reason.
Sorry.
Hi, Robin. Welcome to It's a Crime and Shame. I am behind catching up, so forgive me if this has already been asked. What Jack in the Box did the DoorDash deliver from? The one in the neighborhood has been.
Yeah, Robin. Yes, the one on Pullman Street in Moscow has been permanently closed. This came and I called the restaurant and DoorDash to confirm. This was delivered because they were an opting partner in, which not all of them have to be. They don't go to the necessarily nearest location. They have to opt into the program. The nearest one was in Pullman, Washington. It's about an 18-minute drive, and they accepted the order, and they delivered the order. And if you look it up, it's going to look like their dining room closes at 10 p.m., but their drive-thru is open 24 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pullman, Washington.
If only we could see the date or the time, I should say. But yeah. So I wanted to just quickly.
I said we will.
Yeah. Welcome, Amina. Oh, I used to have a really good friend named Amina. Nice name. I agree with Annette on this one. To Annette, I'm thinking that, that she might have felt like it didn't happen, and next thing you know, but we'll come to find out one day. So let's go over to this story about the DoorDash driver that Adam had brought up. So
I found it. It was something that I had not it was sent to me yesterday, and it's just with everything else that was going on, we hadn't got a chance to bring it up.
Okay, so is it that do you have it up that you want to read it, or
I can, yeah.
You can or I can. It doesn't really matter. It's up to you.
Actually, my throat, I feel a little scratchy right now. Do you mind? If you need, I'll take over if you need me to.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Muted myself accidentally. Okay, so let's see. The private. Let's see. He lived 1,200 feet away from my door. Driver who brought the Idaho victims home the night they were killed is exceptionally glad about suspect's arrest. So it says the private driver who dropped Kaylee and Maddie off at their home near the University of Idaho campus just hours before they were stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th is exceptionally glad an arrest had been made and tells Law and Crime that he actually saw the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for last month. So
that's why I was trying to get you to read it earlier. Sorry.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so we saw it last month. So a month prior to the 13th, correct? Is how I'm reading that.
Or is it a month prior to his interview?
Right. Or hold on. November 13th is exceptionally glad an arrest is made and tells Law and Crime that he actually saw the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for last month. This interview, oh, I hate it when it says yesterday. What's yesterday, dude? Anyways, either way, he saw it. It's not going to make or break anything here. Well, I mean, obviously, it helped the police for sure. I'm sure. So Ethan, let's see, Bryan Kohberger via Monroe County, Idaho Correctional Facility. Okay, that's like him. You know, you guys want to print off the picture and make it a dartboard, go right ahead. Sometimes it's healthy to do stuff like that, okay? You just print off the picture and put like 50 points or 100 points in his eyes, 30 on the nose. I used to do that with a boss of mine, to be honest. I know it's a little different, but if you do have anger issues with the case, maybe pull out the darts and print off his picture. The man who did not want his name used read the affidavit charging Bryan Kohberger, 28, with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Gonzalez, Mogan, Zaina. Why do they use last names and then first names? Okay. Anyways, we know it's Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Zaina. Okay. The 19-page document contained chilling details. Adam, do you specifically want me to read more? Or was it just was that the main point?
No. Read the whole thing.
Read more? Okay, for sure. So let's see. The 19-page document contained chilling details about Kernodle's death, including a surviving roommate who told investigators that she heard crying coming from Kernodle's bedroom and a man saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." News of their arrest broke last Friday after nearly 7 weeks of investigation. I was surprised but exceptionally glad that some form of resolution is forming, the private driver said, and I feel exceptionally bad for those parents and our community. He was somewhat stunned to learn Kohberger, who maintains he did not commit the murders, lived near him in Pullman, Washington. He lived 1,200 feet from my front door. I spent 6 weeks trying to convince my wife there was not a threat, and I was wrong, the driver said, adding that his wife still fears walking their dog despite Kohberger's arrest. Absolutely, understand. The driver spends much of his days shuttling people around town, so after the killings, he kept an eye out for the white Hyundai Elantra. He eventually spotted it at Kohberger's apartment building sometime after December 7th. I thought it was too new, he said, of the car, since Moscow police had asked the public information for 2011 to 2013 Elantra. However, he wrote down the car's Washington state license plate number and submitted it to the 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantras he spotted sometime around December 10th through the Moscow PD tip line. Thanks, Amina. Thank you very much for the $2.
$2, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us on It's a Crime and Shame. And appreciate the $2 donation. Whoops, sorry, but just trying to go back to where I was. I was at the wrong page. Ugh, mouse, get over there. Okay. Oh, you see that? The Canadian Press. If anyone doesn't know that watches this channel, that's a new subscriber. I'm Canadian myself. I'm out of Vancouver, Canada. But yet I follow cases in Indiana and the United States area. The arrest affidavit stated a Washington State University police officer had identified Kohberger as driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra on November 29th, and another WSU officer saw the vehicle at Kohberger's apartment building the same day. The affidavit shows Kohberger was already on law enforcement's radar before the rideshare driver submitted his list to the police. The driver says the affidavit confirmed what he suspected about the crime. Some of the most chilling details include the revelation that a camera from a home less than 50 feet from Kernodle's bedroom recorded what sounded like a whimper and a loud thud. Police have previously said some of the victims have defensive wounds, and Kernodle's, I always forget how to say that, father told the news outlet in Arizona that she had fought her attacker. So Kernodle's father told the news outlet that she had fought her attacker. That seems probably about right. If we put Zaina in that he possibly seen her first and she was on the floor, probably I think near the door. So the affidavit also stated that a DoorDash driver had delivered food to Cornoto at 4 a.m. and that she was active on TikTok at 4:12 during the time of the murders are believed to have occurred. I suspected from everything that I read that whatever happened in that house was exceptionally violent, far beyond what a scorned lover would do in regard to sheer violence, the driver said. The murders have left Moscow residents in shock and created fear among college students. You still want me to go read more, or are we good?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's good. I mean, it's just the fact that he lived 1,200 feet from him, and
yeah.
Um.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's see. After learning the names of the student victims, the driver said he went to the Moscow police and provided a receipt showing he purchased fast food after dropping it off. Okay, so it's just that we know of. Okay, I think that's good. I mean, I know a lot of you guys are all on different channels and that watching different things and have a pretty good idea. Let's see here. Hey, do you guys see how BK? Do you guys see how BK went to the vigil?
That's a rumor.
That's a rumor. We don't know.
It could be true.
It could be true. There's some people that look like him.
And I see similarities. I'm not 100%, but I see similarities.
Yeah. Hey, Grizz. Hey, Jennifer Hawkins. Fight, fawn, passing out, freeze. The response is based on adrenaline overload. Hey, verbal, yeah. Jennifer Hawkins, thank you for changing psychological DSM to the United States as well as explaining LE probably lie in a PSA. Congrats. Not sure. Literally have no idea what that means. That's beyond my pay grade. Fair enough. Sport with Steph, I believe Heather is referring to someone with PTSD diagnosis, heightened response to a situation that is actively occurring. Oh, you got a few people out here that seem like they're in the health system or Jennifer Hawkins. Again, I only stick to what I know about things and or give my thoughts and opinions, but by no means do I have any psychology in me. Like unlike Bryan Kohberger, idiot. The guy still should fall underneath world's dumbest criminals. I mean, to sit there and put yourself in criminology and psychology, and then look at your hindsight of what you left behind and what you did. Thank you, Bryan. To be honest with you, thank you for being an idiot. Oh, who is Pappa Rodgers? We need to get on to Pappa Rodgers and OnlyFans stuff.
And you know what? And I don't know if I don't know honestly. I don't know if I have the energy to go into all of it tonight. I mean, we've been on for 3 hours. I mean, if you guys want to, that's fine.
Well, like I said earlier, I mean, we put it in our thumbnail. Can you give a gist about it?
Of course, no. Of course, no. I mean, of course, if it's in the thumbnail, then yeah. Where do you want to start with it?
I don't really know much about Pappa Rodgers, to be honest with you. I never veered down anything. I read it. I mean, I read the stuff that I seen in a conversation. I read it all, and it was two people going back and forth, and like kind of arguing about stuff. And I think was a whole basis about Pappa Rodgers that it is believed that some people believe that is Bryan Kohberger.
Yes,
I believe. I need to use the little ladies' room.
All right. Well, we'll take a break while you do that. I'll try to pull up some of this information.
Okay, Lewis.
Yes.
Talk to the crowd. Talk to the crowd, Lewis. Do you mind? I really need to go to the washroom. Sorry, guys. I'm just keeping it real. Gotta go to the washroom. And so I'll be right back. And you know what? If you want to talk about anything, Lewis, do you talk about it. See any questions there you want to answer? Just thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. No problem. Somebody pull chat up here so I can see what you guys are saying. That way I can actually answer you. I just want to thank you guys for being in chat tonight. Looks like Steph is back in there. How are you doing tonight? Anything interesting on your end, Steph? And verbal judo, we don't know. I've got some sort of a nerve issue going on with my eye. It started acting goofy a couple of weeks ago, and I went into the hospital. They kept me, and they're not sure why, but one of the nerves that controls the eye movement is not responding. And there's nothing they can really do, so I've just got to wait it out, and hopefully things come back to normal. But that could take 9 months to a year to even have any kind of response. So for the time being, I'm wearing an eye patch just because it's kind of hard to focus because I'm seeing in 2 different directions at once. But I appreciate you asking. Thank you, Verbal Judo. Judge Fouts, a whole different topic there, Steph. If you want to message me later, we can bring up some Fouts information, but it still wonders if he's going to tie into this whole thing that's going on in Delphi. If you guys have any interest in going into that, I think maybe next week we can bring up some early rumors from Delphi if Sonny wants to get into that, and we can discuss some of the early stuff that hasn't been brought up in a while. But I think there's some things from early on in Delphi that might still tie in. And maybe that's why early on these things came up as rumors, because there's always some truth to the early rumors. I have a feeling that in a roundabout way, some of the things that Fouts did might be connected if he's not personally connected. He had his hands in so many different things that just don't fit right with me. I think Steffa agrees with that. Oh, Austin, yeah, I believe that the DoorDash would have gone to the front door, just most common. I mean, and that would be her picking it up. I mean, I read something earlier that there was an account that sent the DoorDash, but I was going to ask Adam if he had any information on that. And if it's possible that she's not the one that actually ordered the DoorDash, but it was sent to her. But I would think that
my understanding is
what's that?
My understanding is she ordered. My understanding is that she ordered the DoorDash.
Is it okay? Yeah, so somebody mentioned something I read earlier today.
My understanding is
came back
she
to
ordered
an
the
account.
DoorDash.
What's that?
My understanding is that she ordered the DoorDash.
Yeah, no, I heard somebody mention that they traced the account that actually paid for it to somewhere else. So if it was known that he was a person that stopped by, it makes you wonder how deep into this he was going with things. But be curious to follow up on that. And thanks for Judo. I appreciate it. It's not experience. It's disorienting. If I've got the patch off and I'm moving, everything seems like you're running down a hallway and the 2 walls are meeting in front of you. So driving has become an issue. If I don't wear the patch, I can barely drive. And walking down aisles in stores is kind of frustrating because you go from normal sight to seeing in 2 different monos instead of stereo. It can throw you, but kind of a weird thing. Yeah, Steph, if you want to do that, that would be great. I don't mind going on there. I'll get some notes together from years ago on the stuff I've looked into with Judge Fouts and the whole Delphi situation. They're going back in a circle. Yeah, it's usually what happens. And that's what I was wondering, because if they say the DoorDash was at 4 o'clock, from what I understand on how that would work is if the driver pulled up, he went into the app, put down that he was there, he'd go up to the door, He'd wind up putting the DoorDash bag down, taking a picture of that, showing the front of the house if it was a no contact delivery. He would then get back in his car and then transmit that he delivered it by sending that picture. So that 4 o'clock could have been as he was getting ready to leave. He puts in, I'm done with the delivery. And then the only contact they would have to know that when the police looked into it would be the timestamp on the delivery. So that could actually give him a few more minutes to get into the house. He wouldn't have had to wait till somebody left the house at 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Just say something there, Shelly, just because I just came back and seen it. You say, how do you send money through Super Chat? There's that little $ thing where you just click on that, and I think everyone's pretty aware that you click on that little $. You can also, people can gift memberships to other people if they're feeling generous or anything like that, or become a member, or do the Super Chat. There's no fee to send, besides the fee that you're paying. As far as I know, that's the fee that you pay, because I know when I've done Super Chats for other people, so if I'm doing one for say $6.99, that's what I get charged, is the $6.99. So that's how that works for that little $ thing. Again, and I'm so sorry, it's out of my control, I think. With this whole Nightbot thing, it could simply be that Streamlabs is having an issue themselves for their stream, for the bot not working. The bot typically has the links to it. Yeah, and honestly, I just didn't have any of my other links ready, because we had just done a live before that. Now, Adam, I know that you had sent over that it's a crime chain. Is there an extra fee for Super, or do you have to upload a card? No, there's not an extra fee. So for instance, I have when I do a Super Chat for somebody, I have my personal Visa attached through my iPad. So it automatically, I just gotta scan my thumb and it does it. But there's no extra fee. So typically it's done through that way. But I was gonna say, I set my Google account with my PayPal account. I mean, honestly, YouTube takes 30% of it anyway. I can easily drop the PayPal link for you. Then they don't really take anything. If you'd like, I'll just drop it, and if anyone does wish. Oh, it looks like what does that say? That's my sister. Okay. So just give me a second there. Some people are very efficient, and normally little bot person drops the links and stuff like that. Request. Nope, that's not what I want. I want contacts. Yeah, there it is. Manage profile. Get a link. Copied. So sorry. Not exactly the brightest bulb at everything. That's for sure. But I try. I try to do things as best as I can. It's a lot. Running a channel, and it's not that I just have the one. Right. It's a lot of work. And to try to keep up with social media, I'm like 53, okay? I ain't no spring chicken with the whole TikTok-y stuff and Instagrams and all that different stuff. But that's the PayPal link. That way YouTube doesn't take 30%. So if you do wish to donate to the channel, support the channel, feel free. And if you do, thank you very much. And if you don't, thank you very much for coming in anyway, regardless. And hopefully you're subscribed at the very least. And I want to quickly play a video before we get into the Pappa. I want to keep saying Papa John's, like Papa John Pizza, but Pappa Rodgers, just because I just kind of like this video. It's pretty much just showing the house, and as they're doing the crime scene around it. So I'm just quickly going to show it. It's kind of in its raw form when I took it off of the internet, and I hadn't processed it through my Wondershare program yet. So I'm just going to show that quickly, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about Pappa Rodgers, okay? Video. And shows house. Is this the one? I think this is the one here.
Crews loading up the furniture from the crime scene while students return to campus in Moscow, Idaho.
Kind of a sense of relief, I guess. There's like a weight kind of lifted off of everyone's shoulders.
Bryan Kohberger now behind bars, charged with the grisly murders of these 4 University of Idaho students.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Police revealing in a chilling affidavit they believe those students were stabbed between 4 and 4:25 a.m. in the 3-story off-campus home. Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan discovered on the 3rd floor. Xana and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin killed in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Also on the 2nd floor at the time of the murder, one of the surviving roommates, who police say was awake and witnessed the intruder, told investigators she heard noises in the home, including cries from Xana's room. And when she opened her door, she saw a masked man coming toward her. He got so close that the survivor could describe his bushy eyebrows before he walked past her and out the back sliding glass door. That roommate then locking her door, police weren't contacted for another 8 hours.
8 hours is a long time. That's a real mystery to me. Traumatic events affect people in different ways.
Police also revealing a shoe print that showed a diamond-shaped pattern just outside that roommate's bedroom door, verifying the suspect's path of travel according to authorities. Kaylee Gonzalez's father hoping police will uncover even more information on why the killer chose these victims.
There's still more to be painted in this picture. There's still more to be gathered. We're not done yet, and we can make this stronger.
The suspect is due back in court next week. He's being held without bail. Rena Roy, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Wasn't the video that I meant to drop? That one wasn't showing the crime scene of the house when all the crime scene investigators were there, right? I was on a different page.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Good fight. You know what? Doesn't matter. It was meant to happen that way. I'm just gonna drop the buy me a coffee there, Shelly. That one's simple to use. You just go buy a coffee or two or whatever, and you just click on it and buy somebody a coffee or two. Well, you're not buying somebody. You're buying the channel on there. Okay, my bad, because there is one specifically. So let me just take a look. Okay, so I thought it was that one. I do a lot of videos. Okay, I thought it was that one. Maybe it's not. Maybe I didn't save. I mean, I have it probably. Coffee shop. Oh, Steve Gonzalez. I do. I want to just show that one quickly. Present. Yeah, there was a really good little clip. It was just kind of showing all the crime scene investigators, around the house doing their thing. I might not have hit download to the computer yet, but whatever. I was doing a lot of different things today, to be honest, and now my brain's just tired. Okay, it's video file. What did I say that one was called? It was the coffee shop one, I think.
Getting a DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. and minutes later was on TikTok. One of the surviving roommates hearing cries from Xana's room, then opening her own door to see that masked man coming toward her. So close, she could see his bushy eyebrows before he walked past her and out the sliding glass door. Up until the release of this affidavit, police had not revealed one of the 2 roommates who survived was actually awake and witnessed the intruder.
Releasing that information could potentially do 2 things: put them in jeopardy, and also maybe complicate your ability to identify him. He might start getting rid of things, evidence that you might at some point be able to seize.
Police say last fall, Kohberger, a graduate student in criminology, applied for an internship with local police in nearby Pullman, Washington. Around the same time, investigators say cell phone data shows he made at least a dozen late-night or early morning trips near the victim's home. Kaylee Gonzalez's father trying to find out why the killer went after these students.
There's still more to be gathered. I think it was a restaurant or a coffee shop or something like that that put this predator on their path.
You can see there right behind me those sliding glass doors. Authorities say that's how.
Super chat, $19.99. Thank you.
Oh. I know I got to get rid of it. I know I got
Support with Steph Super Chat, $10.69. Thank you. Happy Friday, Sunny in the gang.
Thanks, Steph. Ho, 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 ho. Thank you, SoCal. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, let's get to Pappa Rodgers. So that one was just really saying what Steve Gonsalves was saying about the coffee shop and possibly how that Bryan Kohberger could have, known them. Who knows? I'm sure there's something there, because it's like he's made a comment about that they're starting to see connections. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a connection at some point. I feel like he might have, my theory, I feel like he might have backed off of that because they're like, dude, quit talking. And, like some of the stuff we have to keep private and close to the vest, because he kind of backed off of it a little bit as well. So who knows exactly, but as much as, it's just that they're passionate, for answers. They were passionate for answers to find justice for their daughter. But we all know that Ellie probably wasn't appreciating some of the stuff that they wanted to keep quiet, like the two girls are in the bedroom and stuff like that. But again, everything happens the way it's going to transpire.
Right.
Yeah. So, Adam, you just flooded me with, whoa, dude.
You said you wanted the Papa John. You said you wanted them.
Okay,
I told you, I was like, I don't know if I was like, that's why I was like, I don't have the energy for it all tonight, but it's 48 pictures.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me just, okay, Papa John. I'm just gonna sit here and, because you know how they do it. They send the pictures, and then next thing you know, they come out of order.
And I have no guarantee that they're in order.
Yeah. See? Okay, well, let's see here. How far is this gonna take me? I'm not gonna. I can't do those all. There's like too many to do all without me getting confused. So I'm gonna stop.
That's why I almost wondered if it needed its own stream. And I'm not trying to take away from what we're doing tonight. I'm just
knowing
it
that
was like 3 hours in. It's a lot.
Knowing that there's that much, it probably could have used its own stream for sure.
Yeah.
But how about this? We'll touch pretty good on it. And then we'll do its own stream on the Pappa Rodgers. See, I'm now on Papa John's pizza. All right. Not like I need pizza.
I do the same thing.
My 4 chins don't need more pizza. No. So let's go here, present this. And Lewis again. Go ahead, Adam.
I was saying I'm going to let you start reading them because I just need to do something on my phone really quick.
All right. Let me prepare myself.
Sure. What were you going to ask me, Sonny?
Nothing.
Oh, you start asking me something before.
No, I wasn't asking. I was going to say that Lewis doesn't really know a ton about the Idaho case. Besides him reading the affidavit and stuff and knowing a little bit about it because Lewis has been on here with Delphi and stuff like that. So Pappa Rodgers is mostly
and Lewis just has an intuitive and
right?
a good brain when it comes to these kind of things. So I know he can pick up on them quickly.
Sure.
So that's why I sent him the affidavit the other night because I knew I wanted him to read it. So I know his what's the word? His impressions are important. So.
And to be honest, thank you. And I like reading the stuff blind. I get a better feel when I'm reading without input from other people and their opinions
Right.
already. And matter of fact, that's what happened with that one statement in the affidavit today. I was reading it when I called Sonny, and just stood out. But yeah, I don't mind being a quick learn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I did 12. Yep, I don't want to follow you. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I believe this was the first one here. And it says, okay, hold on. Let me just go onto the screen and put us off so we can make it bigger. And her magic 8-ball, or it could be a magic something else. Okay. Make this a little bit bigger for you guys. So it says, in regards to the Pappa Rodgers account, his profile pic looks exactly like Bryan's. It is from one of those apps where you can make yourself look cartoonish, and his account was disabled yesterday. The posts in here are from him. Have me shaking. He was in here the whole time. So basically, they're saying that this Pappa Rodgers account is Bryan's account. And this date on here is November 29th. Okay, so then it
Now,
went.
is that a Facebook page or is that a different group?
This is from, I think, Reddit.
Reddit?
Isn't it?
It's a Facebook group.
Is it from a Facebook group? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, so it's probably, sorry, you're right. It's from the same one that I probably read that you probably dropped a link to. I just remember reading it. I went through its entirety, but I don't remember really anything it said besides they were kind of arguing a little bit about stuff. So it says, this is an interesting read about Elliot Rodger and how he became a hero in the incel community. His target was beautiful sorority girls from Alpha Phi. Phi? Is that how you say it? Alpha Phi? Sound familiar? Kaylee was a member of Alpha. Is it Pi or Phi? Is it Pi?
Alpha Pi.
Alpha Pi, yeah, okay. I might be Canadian, but I was kind of thinking I don't recall it being Alpha Phi. Alpha Pi, Pappa Rodgers. Elliot Rodger, how misogynist killer became an incel hero. And says, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. It says the fixed blade knife means that it's not a folding knife. The way I'm guessing they could tell that was by the impressions or bruising around the stab wounds that showed the outline of a guard on the knife. So that's a USMC to show. And then Pappa Rodgers says to Dustin Stubblefield, dude, you got a Stubblefield. Can't help but think of your guy, men stubble. Okay. You wouldn't be able to tell that at the crime scene, Pappa Rodgers says. And then Dustin Stubblefield says, Pappa Rodgers, I disagree. If the stabbing motions were hard, the guard would have left a mark. Yeah, there's a whole big little debate between the two going on. And Pappa Rodgers says to Dustin, they don't clean bodies at the crime scene. The amount of blood must have been tremendous. Probably so tremendous it was leaking out the side of the house below Ethan and Zaina's room, to be honest, right? I'm sure that that's blood. Due to the number of victims, and assuming each victim was stabbed multiple times, I'm sure that there was a visible evidence of a guard. For all we know, the investigators on the scene wiped a couple of stab wounds clean to look for bruising. I think it's far more logical. Yeah, one sec. Than finding a sheath. Okay, so so Dustin's saying it's far more logical than finding a sheath, and Papa's saying, hey, they got a sheath. Sheaths are usually attached to the belt, right? So, right. I don't exactly know how those work. Is it easy to come off of a belt, your sheath? I don't know myself. I mean, I'm asking actually. Nobody knows? No? Okay.
What's the question?
Bruce, you're the knife guy.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what your question was.
Oh, is it hard for a sheath to come off of a belt? Like, considering they found it underneath Maddie?
It would almost be impossible to come off of the belt, because usually the leather part of the sheath, the belt intertwines through it. At least from the type of knife I've seen, that the sheath that would have been with this knife would have been a very thick leather. And
right.
It makes me think that it was not on the belt. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay. I feel like it wasn't on the belt either. I feel like it was in his hand. And he took it out.
In order to commit this type of crime, that knife had to be extremely sharp. I mean, if they're saying those wounds are correct on the back of the ankles and stuff, that a dull knife's not going to cut down to the bone that way unless you're hacking really hard. But my assumption is this was a very sharp knife in a sheath, and why it was not on his belt doesn't make much sense. Unless this was, well, you know what, it does make sense, because if he had a large knife on his belt like that, he wouldn't be able to sit in the car and drive comfortably. So it would make a lot of sense to not put the sheath onto the belt and to keep it separate and maybe slip in your pocket until you got in the house. Because a sharp, long knife like that in your pocket is going to wind up poking the inside of your leg if you don't have it in a sheath also. So it makes 100% sense to me, thinking now, that he would carry the knife in the sheath, not have it on his belt. That way he didn't hurt himself in his pocket, and he could take it out easily and not worry about poking himself in the car, trying to get back in and getting hung up on the seatbelt. I've worn sheath knives before, and they're not comfortable when you get into a vehicle. It does get in the way.
Yeah, like this knife, I mean, you obviously read it. It was a K-bar USMC. Callie sent me this one that she has. Let's like it to show. And then this is the one that has the UMSC on it, type style knife. So, yeah, I believe he just had it in his hand, that he didn't actually have it on his on a belt or anything. And that's why in whatever he was doing, he left it there. I actually believe that he almost went back the next day to try to get it.
That's my thought, is that's why he went back right away. Everyone says, people want to see what they did, and there were no police, there was nothing there. But I almost wonder if that's why he did circle back, is because he realized he didn't have the sheath, and that became a thing in the back of his head that he was now concerned about.
Yeah, but then there's that part of you that says, well, was he too scared? Was it easier at night to do it when it was dark, or did he was like too panicked? And but the thing is that maybe he thought that there was no markings on the sheath, they'd never attach it back to him. Who knows? But we'll go back to the Aspen. We'll go back to this here. What did you send me, Adam?
That's something that someone came across that may be Bryan from 2011 or 2012.
Okay.
So if we want to take a look at it after.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you guys just
and
hang with
this
us.
is not, I don't think this has been out there yet.
Okay, we'll take a look at it in a second. We'll go through these few more, and then we'll again, we'll go back to this and do like a live on it. How about tomorrow night We'll specifically do a live on the whole Pappa thing, because there is a lot to go through. But let's see here. Pappa Rodgers said, so Dustin says to Pappa, we're just going to say that. Dustin says to Pappa, okay? Who knows? Finding a left behind sheath seems like a stretch, though. Then Pappa says, they are very specific about the weapon, but very vague about everything else. Dustin also says to Pappa, I think it's more likely that they did closer examinations on the wound seams than you think. They can analyze the depth of the wound with serrated edge, which would be a big clue. I'm sure they have access to a database that would show knives that match those dimensions. Plus, I've never seen a folding knife that has a serrated edge. Pappa says to Dustin, they are looking for a very specific knife. Pappa says to Dustin again, curious, why are you debating the sheath theory so hard? Dustin says, because who would carry a sheath? Well, Dustin, pie in your face, eh, buddy, on this one? Obviously, Bryan Kohberger did. So good on you. Well, hold on. You guys think Pappa is... Why do you guys feel like it's him, by the way? I don't know. I mean, it could be. It could be just him asking questions and try to get understanding why, hey, having a debate with someone here. So let's see here. Who would carry a large exposed knife? Pappa says to Dustin. And Dustin says, sheaths are meant for belts. I mean, it's not like he didn't have a good point, but we got more on Bryan there, who...
I would have to disagree with that, because in both of my vehicles, I keep a straight sheath knife between the seat and the console. That way it doesn't fall down, and that way the knife doesn't damage anything, because if you ever have to get into a situation, a folding knife is not a safe knife to use. So I know lots of people that keep their bladed weapons in a sheath in the vehicle separate, not on their belt.
Yeah, exactly. So Pappa says to Dustin, why do you say that? Dustin says, Pappa Rodger, someone who is about ready to commit a premeditated murder. If you were sneaking to someone's house looking to kill them with a knife, would you have the knife in his sheath when you entered? I think that the killer had it in his hand upon entering, just in case he was confronted and forced to fight. Then it said, there's still more. How did the killer hold the knife prior to entering the scene, in your opinion? Pappa says to Dustin. Dustin says, Pappa, I would guess he carried it in his hand from wherever it is he came from. Then Pappa Rodgers says, how the hell would I know that? I'm sorry that nobody's buying the sheath theory of yours. Oh, wait, he must have said that to Pappa Rodgers, right? Dustin did. Sorry, my bad. So Dustin said that to Pappa. Again, Dustin, you're wrong. Dustin says again, if we find out one day that I'm wrong, I will gladly eat crow. Oh, well, this is a perfectly good day to eat crow. Enjoy that, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, obviously now you know you're wrong, so you're going to eat some crow and you know it. Do you carry a knife? Pappa says to Dustin. Pappa Rodger, dude, give it a rest. You sound like a psycho. Pappa says to Dustin, remember, I made the original post and you have gone down this path. Dustin says to Pappa, oh, so since I commented on your post with my opinion on a discussion board, I should be accepting of your weird and creepy ass questions. Pappa says to Dustin, Asking if you are carrying a knife is weird and creepy. Oops. Dustin says to Papa, asking me questions like which hand did he hold the knife in and do you carry a knife? No context. It's just strange. You were asking me questions that only the killer would know the answers to. Are you suggesting that I'm the killer? Smiley face. Papa says to Dustin, I'm only responding to you. Why would you even bring up the killer? So Dustin says to Papa, how the hell would I know that? I'm sorry that nobody is buying that cheese series of yours. Oh wait, here we already read this one. Adam, you sent me two.
I told you I couldn't promise they would have. I promised I couldn't tell they might not have been in order and there could have been duplicates.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Okay, that one's gone by. Okay, let's look at you guys.
Do
Okay,
you need me to continue with that? Because I found them online in order.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
The next page is where he makes some statements that are pretty interesting.
Well, it's up to you.
She'll get to those. Because they're in there.
Okay.
Well, my thing is this. We're gonna do a live tomorrow night on the whole Papa John. There's a lot of different entries with regards to that. That's why I feel like we're not here. You guys seen that on screen when I was showing it, right? Those messages?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So sorry, Lewis. But yeah, I just because again, because it's long and there's a lot of them and whatever.
There's just one more page. There was 4 more comments.
Okay, well go ahead and read it.
But there were 40 pages in total.
Yeah, no, I mean from when he stops responding to the conversation about the sheath and the knife.
Okay, well just read that little part. Read that little
he
part.
says, I'm only responding to you. Why would you even bring up the killer's thoughts?
Did I say Papa
Odd.
John?
And then Dustin Stubfield says, Pappa Rodgers, sorry I trashed your stupid sheath theory and you couldn't take it. Then he says, Pappa Rodger and brainbuster theories. Any more brainbuster theories? More, they found a receipt laying in the kitchen for the knife. And then he says, why are you so angry? And then Dustin says, why do you communicate like a serial killer? And then after that, a whole bunch of other people start to chime in about how he sounds like a serial killer and things like that. But he does wind up calling him a serial killer at the end of that page.
And thank you, Lewis. And if I said Papa John, it's because I can't help it. Papa John Pizza. So if I said Papa John instead of Pappa Rodgers, forgive me. Because I keep thinking of Mr. Rogers when I'm saying Rogers, and I keep thinking of Papa John's Pizza.
Right.
Call me crazy. Some people do. But anyways, that video or that person's clip, at what point do you want me to show it, Adam? I'm seeing it's a 51-minute video.
It's a 51-minute video.
Do you know the time? A little bit. Because we ain't watching no 50. I don't care how much I love people. You guys ain't watching a 51-minute video with me. Nope. I ain't. My ass ain't watching a 51-minute video right now. Ugh. All right. Oh, okay, Heaven. I wasn't sure because sometimes, you say something and you're thinking of something else and you think you said it, but. All right, let's see here. All right. I'm going to drop the coffee link in case anyone does want to buy us a coffee. Or 2 or 100 or 1,000. Okay, mouse, work for me today. I really need a new battery.
Well, maybe we should save that video until Sunday then too, because because the person that sent it to me said he got screenshots of it and it's really interesting. But I don't want to watch a 51-minute video either.
We ain't watching a 51-minute video. What about the OnlyFans stuff? I think that there was a few pages of those. I don't think that the OnlyFans stuff there was much. There was a few pages of that.
Yes.
Right. I think that there was a few pages.
I just need to yes. Let me get it really quick.
Yeah. All right, Lewis. Adam's looking for something.
Sure.
Yeah. So if there was more to read there, feel free to do that for a minute.
Okay. There's one more page with a few things from other people, and I sent you a link to that post too. That way you could see what I was looking at. But I'll open it back up here and take a peek. Just take me a second.
Yeah, I don't know what timestamp it is, Rich, for that video. Hey, what's that? Oh.
Okay, I'll start whenever you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Dustin then says, Pappa Rodgers, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it's not the first time you've heard that, and that's referencing him calling him a serial killer. He says, anyways, I would love to stay and chat, but I'm going to go back to living my life now. I try not to creep everybody out. And then another lady jumps in and says, dude, definitely gives serial killer vibes. So strange and very creepy. And then another woman responds, you very likely would be able to tell due to the time they were found and when they were killed. And that was the last in that group where somebody posted those comments. But I'm assuming they grabbed all the screenshots before his account was deleted.
I'm
sure the rest are out there somewhere, but that was just somebody that posted those things. And I thought it was interesting that he refers to him as a serial killer, then somebody else does, and then he stopped responding, at least in that group for the moment.
Thank you. It's very rare cause condition. I mean, Adam.
Yes.
I mean, at 6:03 is kind of where I think it starts talking, hey?
Yeah, but I'm not sure how long it goes.
Well, we can just play a little bit of it, and
okay.
You know what? Let's just play it. Again, if you want to stay. If not, have a good night. I don't care what you do. To be honest, if you want to go have a nap or go get a drink. Actually, I need a drink, so I'm gonna start playing the video. And when I say drink, I mean.
I thought you were telling me to leave.
No.
Before you guys run, I have a question since Adam's here. I keep forgetting with the avatar up that he's able to hear. I can ask him things. Did you see the Reddit grouping of the person that posted December 12th about what he said he did to the bodies and then he was hiding in Pennsylvania in the woods?
Yes. Are you talking? Yeah. I've seen. Yeah. I was like, I doubt there's very little I haven't seen. Like, there's Inside Looking. Yeah. There's 145. There's the 4chan. I'm like, I look at all. It's like
I thought the date was kind of interesting because you know the timeline of events better than I do. On the 12th of December, was it known online that he was in Pennsylvania or lived in Pennsylvania?
Well, as far as we know, he was not in Pennsylvania. I mean, we know his family lived there, and he lived there previously.
One thing, on December 12th, was it known online that he was from that area?
Well, no one knew him. No one knew who he was. No one knew who he was until December 30th.
Yeah, but police had an idea, though, right? Weren't they?
Yeah, November 29th, they knew.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy himself was not in Pennsylvania yet, again, because he was in Colorado on the 13th of December. So so he was from Pennsylvania, but he wasn't yet stuck in shithole Pennsylvania, as he called it. Not to mention the account. I talked to a admin personally from Reddit, on that subreddit, and they said that account was because it's from the Inside Looking account, correct?
No, this is from a different one. I wouldn't look at him because that account was deleted after he was arrested. So I'm assuming that account was not real.
Is this the 145 one, or is this 4chan?
This might have been from 4chan, but this is coming off of a search, so it comes up as anonymous for all the posters. It doesn't give the actual. I've not researched it well enough to go back into 4chan to try to uncover the account number that way.
Yeah, and I have it all, and I know the exact post you're talking about. I'm mixed up on where they all come from at this point. It's been so much, because there was Instagram, there was OnlyFans, there was 4chan, there was Reddit, there was so many, that. So I'm just trying to think of the one you're talking about, and I know the post. I'm just trying to think where it came from, but I know that regardless,
I'm assuming it's from 4chan because it's the way it shows up is one of those archived posts, and that's normally what happens with 4chan posts.
I do know that regardless, he was not yet in Pennsylvania on December 12th, even if he was from Shithole, Pennsylvania. He was not even in Colorado yet on the 13th. So.
Well, I wouldn't have thought he was in Pennsylvania, but the fact that the poster actually says that
okay,
there's three things.
One sec. Both of you won't shut up. I'm gonna go get my drink, and I'm gonna be right back.
Well, you had plenty of time now, Sonny. Too late.
I was thinking you guys were gonna be a second, and then there was just and I'm thinking, okay, we got the new.
Have you met us? We can talk and talk and talk.
Yeah. So by the time I get back, then I can play the video.
Yeah,
I'll just start playing it and we'll force you guys to shut up.
Lewis, I don't have anything to say to you.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get a drink. Bye.
Just Sonny, play the video.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, start the video. That way we can all get a drink.
Okay. Okay, we'll take it off screen and we'll hit it for play.
The account is consistent with his high school years, so 15, 16, 17 even. I forget exactly what year he graduated. I want to say he was class 2012. If somebody knows, drop it in the comments.
He was class of 2012.
Sure. But yeah, this account, if you look at the years, date joined and last active, it's consistent with his teenage years.
And people have actually hopped into Twitter, and that's when we decided to do this. People are noticing his comments from this platform, right? At one point, he said, "I'm going to be this age." I believe it's 15 years old in 21 days. That was on the 1st. His birthday's on the 21st. So before we just came on here, there's a high likelihood that this is his account. It's not a deep fake account. You can't go back in time and create date stamps that are in the past, and so everything here looks as though this is Bryan Kohberger from his younger days. And you can see a post here from December 19th, 2011. "I've had this for over 2 years, and I have it bad in every single way. Not one night have I slept normal since, and I feel like I'm trapped here. I've been able to block it out for a while now, but I realize what is wrong, and it suddenly becomes unbelievable. I am desensitized in every way now. People say these are supposed to be the years I enjoy and cherish. Well, I can't say I will cherish these days." So this is just one of many posts we're going to go over. Eva, you pointed out some sort of he mentions medications, which we'll get into, and some side effects, which I think are interesting. And obviously, everyone's going to feel some type of way about this. So this was the post that just came in a little bit ago. His birthday's on November 21. Is that right, Eva?
Yeah. So his birthday is November 21st. This is a picture of him from his high school days. If you look at this picture, we just sat here comparing all of his pictures to make sure before we went ahead with this. Actually, I have this one too. So the picture on the left is from the account that we just found on Pappa Talk. Picture on the right is a younger picture of Bryan Kohberger that we know for sure is him. But if you look at that picture on the left, and then you go back to this picture, that was the nail in the coffin for me. That was the one that finally convinced me. But yeah, so in this account on Pappa Talk, he's mainly posting in the visual snow or static forums. I have it pulled up here. So visual snow is a form of visual hallucination that is characterized by perception of small bilateral, simultaneous, diffuse, mobile dots, usually throughout the entire visual field, but it can be partial and it is present in all conditions of illumination, even with the eyes closed. So basically having like visual hallucinations of like snowy, ashy, constant. And when you go through the post, you see that that's mainly what he's talking about. He also, we notice that he talks about taking Topamax in several of the posts, which Topamax is a anti-convulsant. Or I believe that's what it is, nerve medication. So it's used to treat epilepsy and nerve disorders, but it's also used for migraines. But Topamax, if you've ever heard of it or ever heard it talks about in the news, it has some really heavy side effects. Just a quick Google search. One of the first few things that popped up when I typed in Topamax was Topamax ruined my life, Topamax and blank, and then it's a whole list of like awful side effects. And something that stood out to me was some of the more extreme side effects are rapid or extreme weight loss, which we know he went from being very heavy to very thin towards the end of high school very quickly. We know that he was on drugs too, so that probably played a role in it, but this could have as well. And it's also Topamax associated with anger, rage, irritability, just anger and behavioral stuff that comes out kind of out of nowhere. And you remember, we know that we had a lot of people from his high school days come out and say that, you know, he became very mean and very aggressive and he always wanted to fight. We know he took up, I believe, boxing, I think you said it was. So, you know, that kind of all fits for me too.
I put up some of the other posts here so folks can get a sense of what he was posting. Again, we believe with confidence this is Bryan Kohberger, his account on Tappa Talk back from 2011. Looks like he stopped using it 2012. Doesn't appear to be a deep fake for reasons that are probably well known to most sleuths here, but we validated with a couple people, took a vote. Also, the photo is not one that's been shared anywhere that I can find prior to us this account. I want to say we didn't find the account. Someone sent me a tip on Twitter. We then ran with it and started making sure the account was in fact legit and met the sniff test. So it does from my purview, but I wanted everyone to come on here together and take a peek with us. So one of the posts here says, "I've just accepted my visual snow finally," which Eva just described. "I don't even feel the need to stay away from the forum. It doesn't scare me anymore. Anyone else come to terms? I feel like coming to terms could be a bad thing though." And anyone that struggles with behavioral health, I will go out here and say I do. You know, that's part of my addiction, part of my struggle. I've people on Twitter know I've posted, I've been on 8 different meds at one point. Latuda and Lamictal and mood stabilizers and Vyvanse and ADHD meds. I've been on all. So I can, this resonates with me, especially this is not coming from serial killer Bryan. This is coming from a young Bryan Kohberger that's really struggling and coming to terms with his own behavioral health. And you can see that, and it sort of makes you sad. Like as I read this, it makes me a little sad. But Eva, I'll let you read through some of this, and we have some more here too. So and I can scroll if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I've glanced through. I actually have it pulled up here too. There was something else that stood out to you too. There was a post where he had mentioned that he is being treated for hypothyroidism. I think most people know this, but your thyroid kind of like regulates like your adrenals, your hormones, all that kind of good stuff, which is already kind of out of whack when you're a teenage boy. There are also another way that we kind of verified through reading some of these posts. There's mention of like vegan eating and vegan diets and clean eating and stuff, which we know he was kind of excessively vegan. There was another one too.
I was wondering why people in the comments. I don't suffer from migraines, never have. And I saw some comments on vision, but I'm reading now through his comments here on the left, and apparently vision and sight is a side effect or subset of having migraines. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it is. They can coincide. They can be from two different things. One can be caused by the other. There's different types of migraines, and some of them do cause visual disturbances. I'm not sure. I mean, we would have to read more through the post to really get an idea about what he was dealing with here. But it seems like if he was taking Topamax, that migraines played a role in this, and they may have been trying to treat the migraines to see if they could get the visual snow, as he refers to it, to clear up.
Also, I will say, this is what a young 15, 16-year-old. Even in his discussions and interactions, there's some intelligence there. I'll say that. So some of these are weed, and will it affect me? If you're worried about the VS versus it'll get worse, and even if it does, it gets better, I say no, it makes it worse. So he's sort of commenting on medication interacting with marijuana. He's in a lot of these conversations here, and then there's another tab here where he says on December 20. Well, I think I've read that one. People are commenting, and then he responds to that. You feeling the same way makes me feel like someone is there. And I think that's what resonates with anyone that struggled with behavioral health. Thanks for responding to me, Bryan says. I have given migraine pills, actually every effective migraine pill on the market, and I ended up overdosing nearly 2 times. Off of those meds, I wouldn't consider doing that again, though. And really, I think the other thing that resonates with me as someone that struggles with addiction and behavioral health is what it sounds like to me. And again, if this is his account, and we believe it is, but it sounds like this is someone who's struggling with behavioral health and migraines and some other things. And then we know that he goes into heroin, and that's often the story of most addicts, is that they try to medicate and it goes to self-medication. He was able to get out of that, but unfortunately not out of the dark place that his mind has been, it seems, for a while. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the other tab. I want to go back to the comments and see what folks are thinking. More importantly, do folks out there that are looking at this, that now have the account name, that are able to go look at it themselves, do they think that this is young Bryan Kohberger?
Yeah, we're curious to know what you guys think in the comments. And could you tweet the link out for the top attack, or tap attack? Sorry. But you guys can. I want everybody to read through the post too. I'm curious to know what everybody else thinks, because this is just on the last 30 minutes for us, but we're pretty sure that it's him. Yeah, I was, something that I noticed too, something you pointed out, for somebody that's really young, and we know he's he was super smart. These posts are, you can tell the way that they're worded, is somebody very, very intelligent, far more intelligent than their age would normally be. Lost my train of thought.
That's what I'm here for. I gotcha. I'm going to continue reading through these, and I see some of the comments. What reasons do you have to think it's not him? I don't at this point. I'm always skeptical, Lindsay, because we've been on previous streams, and I've said this, is that when things like this occur within 24 hours, the amount of accounts that come out to replicate or emulate or try to deep fake people is tremendous. And so we're always skeptical, but everything we're seeing from this, including the post to and from dates, the picture, this appears to be him. So Eva, did you get your train of thought back?
Yeah, kind of. it's just kind of touching what everybody else said. Somebody just said we have to do better with.
1 second. Oh, sorry. Where did I go? There. I'm going to take it off there now because that's a whole lot of listening, I think, and questions. And sorry, guys. And oops, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. And I think that like that's quite long. It might make you, unless you guys were really interested in that, but at the end of the day, the link is in the description of this video to go watch that. And I've never heard of Tappa Talk. So have you guys heard of this Tappa Talk?
No, and I want to say thank you to CD for sending that to me.
Thank you, CD. Thank you, Nerdy Addict, not Alec, Nerdy Addict, and Eva that were doing that again. So a shout out to them and whatever information that they have come across. And just like Nerdy was saying there as well, right? As soon as something happens, no different than Instagram. There's all of a sudden it goes from like 4 accounts to 20 something, 30 something accounts. Bryan Kohberger on Instagram and every which way but loose, 2 R's to this, an underscore, and all that stuff. So it's so true. So I think that usually someone can make out the gist if something seems more legit than not legit. And there's nothing like having an Instagram account where there's 1 follower, type of thing, and 1 post and no post done, stuff like that. But so I think that will be a very interesting thing. But has anyone in this live chat heard of Tappa Talk?
Yeah, not me.
I know here she was talking about Tappa Talk, and she's talking about Topa Max, and I'm like, tapioca is what I'll say. Please validate their migraines. Please validate their migraines. Both you and my brother and I went to the doctor at age 30 for migraines. They wouldn't dissipate, and he had a brain stem cancer. Oh, sorry to hear that, Vibble.
Yeah.
So has not one person in this chat heard of Tappa Talk?
They said
news to me.
Thank you very much to CD for sending that to me.
Yeah, how you spell it? Tappa Talk. Tappa Talk. Okay, so okay, so Tappa Talk seems to be this. Never heard of this. Hey, CD. So free forum hosting, Tappa Talk groups. What is Tappa Talk used for? Tappa Talk is a mobile app designed for online communities and forums. Hey, I wonder if Richard Allen and Kagan Klein had Tappa Talk. Tappa Talk is a mobile app designed for online communities and forums. It allows users to easily access and participate in discussions on their mobile devices. Tappa Talk is available for a variety of platforms, including iOS, Android, and BlackBerry. How much does it cost? It's free. What is it? Okay, we don't care. Does Tappa Talk? When does Tappa Talk made? 2012. So it must have been, I guess, something obviously back in 2012. I think, isn't that when that account was created? Somewhere around there.
2011 or 2012.
Yeah. What was the first web forum? What? One of the first most sites, which is still active today, is Delphi Forums.
Yeah, and like Web Sleuth. Web Sleuth was another one of them.
Huh. The service
Well,
was...
Delphi would have come about later, wouldn't it have?
Well, it just says what was the first web forum.
No, I think I'm familiar with that, but that's old. It goes back quite a ways because I used to be in a lot of different groups that it connected with on an older phone. Like when you'd go to view stuff in a forum, that was the app that opened up the forum to actually read the messages in.
Okay.
Funny how.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so, I just, Never heard of Tappa Talk. It looks like nobody else did either, because nobody's even mentioning yes if they know about it. So this is obviously like I've never heard of this, and nobody else.
I never paid attention to the name before, but when I typed it in my other phone, my older phone here, it pops up on there for the different GM, car forums I belong to. And when I typed in the Cadillac GM forum, it popped up, do you want to use Tap Talk or do you want to go to the web page? So I just never noticed the name, but it must have been a universal app to read different forums.
Yeah. I would like to publicly apologize to CD and his wife.
Why?
What?
Why? Did I miss it? Aspen, note to self, do not speak to at Aspen after 1 a.m. or you're ordering half Taco Bell's menu. Now I have to stay awake waiting for tacos. Oh, you know what? Kiss my ass, CD. I want tacos.
Well, I messaged him that I ordered Taco Bell because I was tired, and he said now my wife wants Taco Bell, so I apologize.
Tacos are like my downfall. Did you actually order tacos?
I did. I haven't had dinner, so I was like fading, and then I was like, oh, I'm hungry. So
yeah.
Because like Sunny and I, we had a little break in between our stream today, and both of us were doing stuff, and neither of us had time to like really.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ate or not, but.
Yeah. So in between that, did I tell you I have a wonderful husband who's 32 years old, and he's from England, and he's my amazing husband. Well, he'd come in, and that's when I said I had to go for a second. My husband came in, and he's like, "Honey, now forgive me and Stuffa, put your toys away when I say this." But he's like, "Do you want triple O's?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I want the nuggets or the chicken strips." And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Oh, right, that's Fatburger. Triple O's is more like a grub truck. There's an actual store too, but there's a grub truck type of vehicle as well." So I'm just like, yeah. So he had got me a chicken burger and these French fries, like these garlicky something French fries. So as the live was kind of going, I was like, but there's nothing worse when you're trying to eat during a live because you're just kind of wolfing it down.
I can't do it. I have to wait. I'd just rather wait. But so like I'd order Taco Bell, and I'm still waiting in the little queue. But and then I mentioned it to CD, and then his wife wanted it, so I apologize.
Yeah, you know what? I love tacos, and my twin sister. I was gonna go over to her house today, and I was up and about doing stuff. Like I said, I called her just before we went out today, and then she didn't answer. And then I called her when we were at A&W getting bacon and eggers. And anyways, so she didn't answer. And then I get back home. 15 minutes later, I hear my cell phone going off. "It's your sister." And I'm like, fuck off. Like, no, I'm tired now. And so I was literally just about to take a nap. And Adam said he was lying down too. When Adam sends me the audio for the thing.
I was literally laying in bed, scrolling through TikTok, and I was like, what's this?
Yeah. And that was coming off a 2 hours sleep, Adam. I had the worst night's sleep ever. So it's just been non-stop. We did the live, had a little bit of a break. It wasn't even a break because we were working. And I was getting messenger calls from Lewis over there.
Yeah,
and then
which is why I had dinner.
So I got lucky enough that I have a great husband. Where's yours again? Where is yours?
Adam, do you trust Taco Bell to be vegetarian?
I do, because I know what to order. And I understand that certain things that there can be cross-contamination.
Yeah.
But I mean, I understand the risk I'm taking when I order Taco Bell.
Yeah, I just didn't know what you would order if you felt comfortable with it.
Actually, Taco Bell, like, they always specify that there's the risk of cross contamination between products. But I do know certain things to order that they do keep separate. especially at this location. So, and I'm pretty specific.
Well, that's good to know.
I'm still trying to figure out if Adam's overtired or if he's got a little bit of booze in him and he didn't have any food to go with it. Because you're I can tell by the way you're talking there that either you're very tired or you had a few beer tonight. Which one?
It's tired.
Yeah. And it's probably a combination of it all. Did you have, I think you had a drinky tonight, didn't you, that you showed? Or in that bottle.
I had two Coronas.
Oh, there we go. But when you don't have food either too and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I know too, for me when I'm tired, I come off sounding like I'm almost drunk because I'm tired and out of it.
Yeah. But you know, when I get tired, my lisp comes out too.
Yeah,
like, we've talked about that in the past. Like so my my speech impediment comes out just a little bit to where I sound like I'm like the. Yeah. It's like my dyslexia.
Yeah, I on the phone number, the Kohberger. And hi Sean Burns. Thanks for joining. Thanks for subscribing. Even though you can't see anything because it takes an hour freestanding, but good news, Sean Burns. We're just about to end our live. Adam wants his tacos. I just want some rest time today. It's been a long day.
And we do have a live tomorrow night. So I mean,
yeah, we do have.
If there's anything that was not in anything, if we put something in the thumbnail that we said we would talk about, I'm game. But I would rather focus and give attention to it, and put it out tomorrow night if people are okay with that.
Yeah.
Like I'm more than willing to go over all of the OnlyFans stuff that I have.
Right. Our bad. You're right. There was it's because we went and watched the, which was very still interesting information. Because,
yes.
I want to say this as well. We know that Bryan Kohberger, he is in jail for the murders, and nothing will ever excuse that type of behavior. It is malicious. It's horrific. It's tragic. It's every other of those words. But when you do, or when you are listening to the fact, I think of everyone in a sense in my head as a child, and everyone at some point of us is a child. You're an innocent child, and some people have issues, really hard lives. They've had, tragic events in their life which maybe messed them up, or their thought process. And everyone has their own way of grieving, dealing through things and whatever. But it is hard not to have, like what Nerdy said there, to almost feel that sadness, because if that is Bryan Kohberger's thing, which it probably is, it's just so sad when you see that somebody is struggling. And again, things can have side effects, but when you see that someone young is struggling with stuff, and that very well could have led to where, the tragic event of November 13th, not to say that it's justified, but just saying, nothing's ever as clear as it seems. One day we're going to know a lot more about Bryan Kohberger, and nothing's ever going to take away from what he did. But it would give you a better understanding, because most normal people don't go out and kill poor people, or think to. I mean,
right.
You might say to your wife, "I'm going to kill you," or my kids, "I'm going to kill you," but it's all just in joke and type of idea.
It's one of the reasons that it's so hard for us to put ourselves in the mindset of someone that would do this, because we don't have, most of us don't have brains that process things in the way that someone like Bryan's would. So it would never occur to us, for whatever reason, to do something like this. So, but honestly, it might make me a bad person, but that's also part of what makes someone's psychology like Bryan's so interesting to me.
As well, right?
because to me, I'm so fascinated by how you can come from, like, if I look at Brian's family, I'm from everything I look at, they're middle to upper class, whatever, right? Normal, traditional American family. My parents are still married. His parents are married. He's got 2 sisters. I've got 2 sisters and a brother. But I've been interested in criminology my entire life. So I mean, like, if I look at all of these things, I'm vegetarian. He's vegan. I'm pretty OCD. What in his brain makes him go
tick tick boom
here, whereas mine only takes me halfway. No, I'm kidding. Mine only makes me think. My mind doesn't work that way. Gratefully, but that's the fascinating part to me is what's the difference there.
Yeah. I mean, I always think that thing, and I hate to bring this one up, but I kind of think that same thing with we'll use the S word, when you take your own life word, is there's people that think that they want to. Me personally, I hate to think of my body splatting on a pavement somewhere.
Right.
You might have times in your life where you think something, but then there's people that can actually cross that line and literally do that. And sometimes that makes me wonder, because the thought of somebody jumping and then knowing you're going to
no, who would do it that way?
Right?
With that, I think you got 2 people that succeed. The people that want to do it and don't want help, so they keep it to themselves and succeed at it, or the ones that don't have anyone to catch on the signs and they keep giving signs. Nobody's there to intervene, and then they wind up completing it.
Right. Doesn't mean they don't want to do it, but I agree with you.
Because the people that are fighting internally to not do it, usually somebody picks up on that, or they try to get some help to prevent them from doing it, even if they don't think they want to. The signs are there. But I think the ones that succeed are those 2 other groups, and the ones that just don't have anybody to listen. I think those are the ones that suffer the most.
Right. I'll admit I've had more than a handful of family members commit S, and to me, I've always joked that I'm much more homicidal than I would be S.
Yeah.
I was like, why take it out on yourself when you can just make other people pay for it that have caused you the problems? I'm just kidding, but
no, Deb, she didn't. I'll speak for her. One sec. Deb, did you know that Steph is really a man? That's just news of the day. It just makes me laugh. She's like, oh, I learned something new today. Nerdy Addict's a female. Well, if you look where Nerdy Addict's name was, it was in the mail. But that's what happens when you got a lot of this. Yeah. So I thought that maybe Steph was drinking when you were drinking. No, just
Rob, we know Deb doesn't drink.
No, of course she doesn't. We don't got pictures or anything of that.
No, she doesn't actually. I know that. Deb does not.
Yes, she does. Yes,
no,
she does.
those were all someone else's.
Deb drinks water. Deb drinks milk.
She drinks bubbly and
juice.
Yes.
Yeah, so she
does. Yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol.
She would be dead right now. She wouldn't be talking to us.
Right. And everyone, let's just give Deb a heartfelt, because Deb took her son back to college today. And we know how that went for a mom. So, she's had a rough day because she had to let go of her baby boy today again.
Aww.
So, okay. Sorry if I called you out on that, Deb, but you know how much I know. I don't even know Sam, and I love him because I think he's an adorable kid. So, and I know how Deb feels about him. So I'm sure she did not have an easy time taking him out of the house today.
No. Deb, don't forget to change your handle. Instead of Deb9966, don't forget to change your handle on your YouTube studio. Underneath basic info 1, okay?
Right.
Thank you.
I loved her suggestion. I won't say what it is because that's Deb's business. But she sent me an idea that she'd had, and I loved it.
This is what I'm gathering out of this. That Deb keeps sending you messages, and vicariously through you, I'm learning these things.
Well, no. The funny, do you know how this came about? And Deb won't mind me saying this. I jokingly said Deb said because Deb is the first one to support anyone else, like you are, Sunny. She's a lot like you with that, Sunny. She wants to build up other people, and so she said, "Oh my gosh, you're at this many subscribers," and I was like, "Of course." Oblivious, and I'm like, oh, I am. Oh, that's funny. And so so I said, oh, watch, and so I said, oh, I was like, and here I am. I put my first short out the same day you did, like we're competitors or something. And Deb was like, oh, well, we can have a friendly competition. And I said, yeah, that's how it always starts. And then next thing we know, a year from now, we are Mel and Greeno. And it was a joke, but and so Deb said, we both, of course we're like never, but we build each other up and support each other. So anytime that she sees something, she's like, oh my gosh, you hit this, or and I'll be like, oh, Deb, you hit this. That's so we just try to support each other. But I think it's mainly because we came into your channel kind of at the same time. And,
Louis, I love you. I'm so sorry that Adam doesn't love me anymore. I'm so sorry. But,
no, that's not true. It's just Deb and I you were already on YouTube. You already had an
foundation. You still talking? Go eat your taco. I'm just
Deb
kidding.
and I kind of came on at the same time. And so, of course, we have that connection. And I love Deb. She's a good person. Same way I have good taste in women. Even though I don't. I mean, if I were straight.
We have good taste in men.
If I were probably not
straight. I know if
I were straight, I would be an amazing because I have the incredible taste in women. Look at you and look at Deb.
Oh, go on, liars. Okay, go ahead.
But it's wasted because what am I gonna do with y'all, right?
Oh, Adam, go eat tacos. No, just kidding. Deb, let me just quickly show you, okay? Since I'm feeling very generous right now, although Adam knows everything and I get left in the dark and I get told after and stuff like that. But anyways, so all you need to do is go to your customization on your studio. Okay, right there. And your basic info, underneath your name, you'll see the handle. You're going to change your handle right there to the name that you want to give it. So if it's the Deb's Notebook, blah, blah, whatever you got there, I think it was something Deb's Notebook. That's where you change your handle, is what's right there, okay? And then obviously these are the links. So this is the main channel link right here for It's a Crime and Shame. YouTube creates that. And then they stopped letting you create links. Now they create a handle. And you can do different things. So for instance, I'm just going to tell you this link right here where I created a link, all I had to do was add sub_confirmation equals 1. That way when people click on a certain link, instantly it will say subscribe to them, right? And then this is the custom URL for the channel. But anyways, that's your page that you go to, right? You want to put watermarks on your videos, you go to the branding. You want to create your banner, you go to the branding. And same thing with your picture, your icon, which is obviously got your face in it. So that's where you go to, Deb, is the customization. And that is your lesson for today. You're welcome. But that's how you do it. Okay? All right. Now go change that name and make me proud. Get that Deb. I mean, I'm proud of this 9966 thing. Because you guys know I like 69 because I was born in 1969. So good position, people. Good year, good song. Okay, everyone, you guys go have something to eat.
Are you leaving us?
Well, didn't you think it's time?
Well, yeah. My food is 9 minutes. My food is 9 minutes away. And everyone. So I'm one subscriber away from 775. Apparently, someone said.
Okay. Can we do that, you guys, for a few minutes? Is there anyone that's in here that's not subscribed to Adam's channel?
They'll subscribe and they'll unsubscribe tomorrow.
Okay. Well, see, yeah, no. Okay, so I dropped Deb's link, and she's going to change that god awful handle that I love. But whatever. So that's Deb's channel. So you haven't subscribed, subscribe to Deb's channel. She's in true crime, and so she's building up her channel now. Okay, Deb for people that didn't know. So Deb was on It's a Crime and Shame, and now Deb's getting things going for her own channel. She has a passion for the true crime, and let's just say it. I put out a short, and you guys were just little followers. No, just kidding.
Oh, she changed her name, so good. And yeah, she's got 10 subs to 300.
Yeah, she's got 291. That's Deb's channel. It's Deb's True Crime Notebook. Okay, and
Natalie Bell, I did download your name today. As soon as you came in tonight, I said it was the first stream. I said it was good to hang out with you earlier today.
When did you hang out with her?
On CD's channel.
Jezebel. Were you on CD's
channel? Yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't recall that because I'm pretty sure you with me. I can only take all this cheating around that you and Lewis do. I can only take so much of it, right? I have to, of course, win and beat you guys and have more.
You have a British husband at home. I can play around with whoever I want.
I have a gorgeous British husband at home. Now this is Adam's channel right here. I met my husband online playing RuneScape. If anyone doesn't know that yet, I've told the story a few times.
I looked for their dating website. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I'm a cougar. My husband's a cub. Panther. Call me a panther. I don't really care. Call me crazy, but he's 32 and I'm 53. Thank you, God. Thank you. He's a good man, such a good man. That's Adam's Corner. That's Adam's channel. He's at 775. Can anyone please? This is for Adam.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just sit there and be back.
776.
776. Somebody, come on. Do I hear 777? So come on. Who wants to be the 777? Someone wants to be the 777s. Somebody wants to be like the Ching Casino Time 777.
You never know what you're going to win when you hit the jackpot.
Exactly. It's like a little pop inside the mouth, isn't it? Okay, 777. You got a 777 yet, Adam? Do you have a 777? Is someone really? You saying that there's not one person in here that's subscribed? You guys are all subscribed to Adam?
I'm at 777.
I wonder who that lucky person was. Who did it? Come on, somebody say it. There you go, Adam. 776. There you go, Kel. Who's the 777 person?
Lewis. I'm kidding.
Who's going to admit to being that 777?
I thought I subscribed to you when you first started.
You did. That's right. I was just playing.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying I might have forgot.
Well, maybe you should check.
Min saying me. So Min saying that he's your 777 one.
You know the funny thing is, it's probably Sunny.
Probably me. No. Well, Min, if that was you, thank you so much.
Yeah, and everyone, hit Deb out, and again, I wanted to say congratulations to Sunny and Lewis on their new channel, Ask Lewis and Sunny, and also congratulations to CD on 4,000. I mean, I've only been on YouTube on the 16th of this month, I think is the year mark I've been on YouTube, and that's just from coming in as a lurker. So to watch CD start his channel and grow to 4,000 subscribers in a year is so well deserved, because I mean the man deserves it. So congratulations, CD.
Definitely, good job.
Yeah. CD's a great person, even if he never shows up for the lives, because he's saying that he got kids and eating tacos now. One day you're gonna keep that promise, CD. I think we're batting about 5-0, 6-0, or something like that. I love you, buddy.
You gotta send in those erotic pictures like I do.
You know what? Okay. Yeah, I'll send them to you, CD. You make sure that your wife approves them.
CD's wife's like, nope.
5K is next, yeah.
That's right.
The link I'm dropping there is Lewis and mine and Lewis's channel, and it's called Just Ask Lewis and Sunny.
And it's fun. I want to be on it more. I mean, it's fun.
You know,
I've been on
for
3 of
all
the
the
4.
people in chat that keep asking about air fryers, you better go join our channel because I bring a lot of stuff up.
Yeah.
Can I say a joke really quick? So I told my sister, I said, you know what? Apparently, if I want to get really good at YouTube, I've got to join the police academy. And she laughed and said, what? Like that show, The Rookie?
Wow.
Wait, I wasn't listening to you. What did you say?
I jokingly said to my sister, I said, if I want to get successful on YouTube, I was like, I might need to join the police academy. And my sister laughed and said, oh, like that show, The Rookie? Because it's about a middle-aged man that joins the police.
Right. Mm-hmm. I remember the movie.
And I'm still not as good looking as him. So
I went blurry. Hold on. Camera went blurry. See? 1 second. Wait, so I'm just trying to get my camera back from being blurry. 1 second. Nope, still wants to be blurry. Hold on. That's what the only thing I hate about focusing cameras is when it does that. 1 second. I'll get up from the camera and then come back. Then it will work its way out. Come on, camera. Oh, see, just like magic, you're back. Thank you so much, camera. I hate it when it does that. It's like, so thank you guys so much thank you for any donations that happened. Sunny moving to yeah, we're trying to,
we'll be there. We will be there before
for next year.
No. We will be there before Memorial Day.
When's Memorial Day?
May.
Is our Memorial Day in May? We have a Victoria Day.
Or Victoria. No, we'll be there. We'll be there before the end of May. I was gonna say Easter, but I don't know when it is this year.
For the end of May. Okay.
We'll be there before the end of May.
It's a little bit shy of the 1 million mark I was hoping for before the end of May, but whatever. I mean, we'll just be like little turtles.
Well, I mean, it's funny if Lewis goes missing, we might get there by February.
I mean, why? There's sometimes I'm like, why can't I be a Jonathan Lee Riches?
Wait, because you can't do this. Wait.
Yeah. This is Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. Here's. Mm-hmm.
Don't forget what's happening in April.
What's happening in April?
The grass becomes greener.
Oh, not Greeno. Oh, don't even start. I just feel like I always wanted to do this now whenever I watch Jonathan. Well, I don't actually watch him anymore. Well, I do. Okay, I'm lying if I say I don't. There's a couple that I clicked on forgetting that I didn't watch them anymore. But I was like, look at this video. Look at that shoe print. Does that shoe print look like it is? No, it doesn't. Doesn't at all. But thank you for the clip that you just got.
I also know that I've said this like the last 2 lives, but there have been updates on Madalena Kojikari's case. I've also, gone to her house now. And so, when I want to get a chance to be able to put some info out about that. So, because there have been some updates in the case. So I want to focus on that as soon as we possibly can.
Diamond, take it back. Everyone knows who Queen Victoria is.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows, right? You guys know who Queen Victoria is, right? See, take it back. Yes, I'd like to know about her. Anyways,
and she
you're
needs to be
talking-
focused on because that girl deserves justice.
Absolutely. And I deserve to get my ass out of this chair because my ass is tired now. And you guys deserve to go watch some other channels or go to bed. And thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for subscribing. Again, check out, you know what? CD's channel, Deb's channel, Aspen's channel, the Jessica Ask Lewis and Sunny channel, Steph's channel. Anyone else in here that's talking about channels?
One help check out on TikTok. I'm viral.
Howdy. But yeah, just wait. Are you calling your thing viral?
What do you? Okay, what would you say is viral? Like, how many views is a viral video?
Oh, say that one more time.
What is your idea of a viral video? How many numbers?
A viral one would be at least 1 million.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not viral. Never mind.
See, I think it's more of how quickly the numbers go up as opposed to how high they get.
Well, say you have 100 subscribers and you have 60,000 views.
I would say that was going viral.
Thank you.
You would consider it going viral?
If he only has 100 subscribers and he hits 60,000 views in a few days, I would say that was going viral.
What if he had 777
subscribers?
This is on TikTok.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, if Lewis considers you the queen of viral for that, then I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm playing. I'm not viral. I'm kidding. But I'm like,
Linda, realistically, I would say 100K as well.
I agree.
Once it hits 100K, princess, then you're on viral. Okay.
Okay, I agree. I agree. I was like,
the highest video that I personally had, which is prior to It's a Crime and Shame, it was still this channel, but it was called, I think it was called my real name, or Sunny Austin. Then it changed to Sunny Justice, and then it changed to It's a Crime and Shame. And I think that it was, and the highest video I remember having, I believe, is it was either what's his name, Brian James Chadwell,
or the third, or the Cryptic
highest
3
videos. Yeah, because everyone was saying it was Brian. I'm like, no, it's not.
Right.
I was wrong too, apparently.
And to specify, I'm not saying I was viral. I was joking, to be honest, because I don't,
He wasn't joking.
But
in his eyes, he thinks he went viral. And you know what? I'm not going to shit on it because I've never had any TikTok do anything really besides a few hundred. And
I've never posted a TikTok. But I would close my TikTok account if I thought that was the case. So
yeah,
I'm not prepared for all that.
I
can barely handle.
Congratulations.
I can barely handle YouTube.
Yeah, I know TikTok. It's like I try to remember it. It's like I try to remember the community page a lot more now. And Deb, if it's giving you numbers, the reason it's giving you numbers is probably because somebody else has that name. Because it's going to try to assign you a number then. So Deb, you might not want to call it Deb's True Crime Notebook. You might want to call it maybe Deb's. Yeah, but if it depends if what she's doing. So Deb, if you're trying to put in only part of the name, so you want to think of a name, even if your channel says Deb's True Crime Notebook, you want to think of a handy dandy name in a sense. It doesn't necessarily have to be Deb's True Crime Notebook. It could just be Deb's Notebook, and people will know that that's yours. Whatever handle you feel will do it. So if that one's specifically taken, even though I find that hard to believe, but if it is giving you numbers, it's just assigning you numbers for that reason.
Right. And Deb does Delphi.
Deb does Delphi.
No. I think you have to follow your gut, right? Yeah. If someone had told you, Sunny, like you should name your channel like Sunny Austin instead of Sunny Justice.
Yeah.
You would have, been like, no, I like Sunny Justice.
Yeah. I do me. I always I do what I want. I'm a rebel. I got a halo and devil's ears. I got them both. I'm well balanced. Oh, hello.
I'll be right. Oh yeah. Oh yes. You can leave it at the door. I'll be right down. Thank you.
Now, see, I don't know about other people, Sonny, but
hold on.
I still can't.
One second.
What's that?
Hold on. Oprah? Yeah, you're downstairs right now with my tacos? That's awfully nice of you, Oprah. I'll be right down. Okay. Wait. I love you too. Okay. Go on.
I was gonna say, Sonny, with you, the one thing that will never leave my mind is the Pink Panther theme song.
Oh, of course. That's when I discovered it too.
Pink Panther theme song, yeah.
That's the one thing that always sticks in my mind when I think of your channel.
Right, I did. Pink Panther theme song. Da-da-da-da.
It's weird to think it was a year ago, Sonny. Like literally a year ago, I was like just laying in bed watching your videos and had never spoken to you.
Go get your tacos. I need to go talk to Deb. She needs to figure out her shit on the thing. So, anyways, let's get going, guys. You're going to get your tacos, or was that a fake phone call?
No. Yes, I faked the phone call. No, it was my. But I was like, they can sit there for a minute. I was just saying it's bizarre to think it's been a year. Yeah. Like since like I laid in bed and watched you on TV and never has spoken to you.
Yeah, true. Now he just dreams about me. All day I dream about Sunny, right? Adidas. All day I dream about Sunny. All right. Lewis?
Yes.
One day you're not going to have those nightmares about me. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but one day it's going to happen. They're going to be dreams as well. Anyway, I feel like I want to
recommend a therapist.
Don't you feel like, remember that song, you guys, doing it our way? Okay.
Here comes. I was thinking more of the Beatles.
Doing it our way. Nothing's gonna turn us down. All right.
What show is that from?
Shamil Shemazel.
Yeah, Shamil Shemazel.
There you go.
Shirley.
So wait, who's the Laverne? Who's the Shirley?
Well, obviously I'm the Shirley because I got the brown hair. You're the Laverne. Duh. Anyways,
Shirley, you're not Laverne.
Yeah. You can be, I'm sorry, Lewis, if you take offense to this, but you can be that little taxi driver guy from that one show. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. No idea.
Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito. You can be our Danny DeVito.
From Taxi?
Cross, yeah, from Taxi. Cross Jack Sparrow.
Oh. I was gonna say Jack Ryan from but okay.
Or you can be Mario from Luigi and Mario.
So I'm Luigi and Adam's Mario?
Yes.
I'm Princess Peach. Really.
Yeah. Okay, you guys are just getting silly now. Stop it. Let's go.
We'll see you all tomorrow night.
All right, guys. Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, thank you guys again so much for watching.
Thank you so much.
Please hit the like button if you are watching this video later. That would be really great. Have a great night. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Look it.
Enjoy your Taco Bell, everybody.
I know. He's calling him back going, excuse me, dude, get off your freaking live and come get your tacos. Oh, it's 11:11. 11:11, you guys. It's 11:11 PST time. This doesn't matter. You still make a wish, okay? You can still talk to somebody up in heaven too. I'll let you. Night, night. Taco time. Bye. Bye, CD. Have a good one. Okay, you guys. Adam, go get your tacos.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.